Good morning, everyone. I see New Jersey is in the house. My name is Terry O'Neill. I'm the president of the National Organization for Women. And I am beyond thrilled to welcome you to the 2014 Annual NOW Conference, Faces of Feminism, Strength in Diversity. At this time, I'm going to ask my vice presidents, Bonnie Grabenhofer, Action Vice President, Chitra Punjabi, Membership Vice President, to join me on the stage. Bonnie and Chitra have been working very hard on organizing this conference, especially Chitra. Bonnie has been doing an enormous amount of work for the PAC activities we're going to have at this conference. Chitra is doing everything, so any questions, go to them. I know. Now I'm going to have a target on my back. Now, I also would like to welcome our elected officials, local elected officials, to come to the stage. Geraldine Salazar. And Georgine Lewis. Now, I'm going to give more or less official introduction for both Geraldine and Georgine, but first I just want to make one comment. This conference is dedicated to the importance of expanding the women's movement to include all women. We know that we will never end sexism until we end racism and homophobia. And this conference is our opportunity to link arms in these very dangerous times, to rededicate ourselves to saying all women in all communities, in the specific ways that they experience discrimination, we stand by each other, we will lift each other up. And let me say, I understand that there are some people with some ugly photographs outside this hotel. And I'm going to tell you something. Frankly, I think that protesting the National Organization for Women is exactly who they should be protesting. Protesting me. I'm the president of NOW. I deliberately chose to put myself into a national conversation about women's rights, about women's absolute right to have access to abortion care and birth control. So fellas, y'all should be coming after me, not after women who are trying to seek health care. We were shocked and appalled by the United States Supreme Court's decision in the buffer zone case. Shame on them, and we will not back down. We are going to double down on our efforts to protect every abortion clinic, to make sure that every woman has access to the abortion care she needs. Okay, I'll stop now. I am so thrilled that Geraldine Salazar and Georgine Lewis are here to welcome us. I know time is short, so I just want to very briefly introduce you. Georgine has lived and worked in New Mexico since 1974. In her teen years, she was an activist and thus ignited, you know, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I hate to do this. Geraldine, I'm sorry. Oh, God, yes. Yeah, Geraldine Salazar, who, by the way, is a former member of the National NOW Board and a dear friend of mine. We served on the board together. One of the biggest impacts that Geraldine had is through her work with the Santa Fe Rape Crisis Center, where she was the outreach coordinator. She recruited, trained, and supervised volunteers for their 24-hour crisis hotline. She coordinated the annual Take Back the Night rally and march. Geraldine serves right now as Santa Fe's county clerk, and her office has been very busy issuing same-gender marriage licenses. In conformity with the 2013 decision of the New Mexico Supreme Court. Geraldine, please welcome and say a few words.
Well, this is pretty exciting for me to welcome my now sisters from across the United States. Good morning now, members and supporters. Welcome to the great state of New Mexico and NOW's National Conference. In 1972, the Equal Rights Amendment passed both houses of the U.S. Congress and went to state legislatures for ratification. ERA was amended to New Mexico State Constitution on November 7, 1972, becoming effective July 1, 1973. New Mexico's Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied equal protection of the laws. Equality of rights under law shall not be denied on account of the sex of any person. 40 years later, the New Mexico Supreme Court ruled in favor of marriage equality because of the ERA amendment in New Mexico's Constitution. We are excited to have you in New Mexico and announce that on December 19, 2013, the New Mexico Supreme Court held that the state of New Mexico is constitutionally required to allow same-gender couples to marry and must extend to them the rights, protections, and responsibilities that derive from civil marriage under New Mexico law. With this ruling, New Mexico became the 17th state to legalize same-gender marriage. I bring this up today because I believe we need to revisit our efforts and strategize to pass ERA in all states that do not include ERA in their state constitutions. And at the federal level to guarantee equal rights for women and marriage equality for all same-gender couples in the United States. Roe versus Wade was decided on January 22, 1973, with a 7-2 majority vote for the U.S. Supreme Court deeming abortion a fundamental right under the United States Constitution. A woman's right to choose is a very personal and private matter. It is a woman's fundamental right to exercise her own conscience and decide what is best for her body and mind. Roe versus Wade is the law of the land in all states, and yet it is attacked every day. We must be watchful that a woman's right to choose is never taken away. We must actively work to pass equal rights amendments to the United States Constitution to further guarantee women's rights in every state of the Union. This conference is a great opportunity to discuss the critical issues affecting women and to outline the future of women's rights. Gather, network, discuss, and learn what the next steps are to further equal rights for all women. Enjoy the conference and your stay in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Georgine Lewis, who is a representative in the New Mexico State Legislature. She has served as vice chair of the House Judiciary Committee. She's a participant in the Business and Industry Committee, and she is the House parliamentarian. She was first elected to the chamber in 2012 and represents the 26th district in New Mexico. On a daily basis, Georgine shows immense passion and dedication for justice regarding workers and seniors and families and women in New Mexico. Her personal history exhibits her passion for social justice. In 2004, she earned her law degree and practiced with a commitment to be an advocate for underserved communities. Later, she was an adjunct professor at both the University of New Mexico and the University of New Mexico Law School. I'm happy to introduce Georgine Lewis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure and a great honor to be here today. Once again, my name is Georgine Lewis, and I am honored to serve House District 26 in the New Mexico State Legislature. House District 26, thank you, is located on the west side of Albuquerque, and it's a growing and diverse community, so I'm happy to serve the people there. I'm originally from Acoma Pueblo, and I grew up on the reservation. Acoma Pueblo is located at about 60 miles west of Albuquerque, and you know, if you get the opportunity, please go out there and visit. It's very beautiful. So I just want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to New Mexico. New Mexico is so beautiful. Our state is full of diversity, culture, and tradition. And as you heard, you know, the state is one of the states leading the way in marriage equality. However, we still have a lot of work to do. Especially in Albuquerque, our economy is struggling. It's so bad here. It's affecting our middle class. We have this war on our teachers and our students. And just last November, we had a ballot initiative in Albuquerque that would have banned late-term abortions. So fortunately, the Albuquerque voters went out and we defeated that initiative. And this was wonderful. It was absolutely wonderful, but you know, it brings to mind a couple of things. First, the war on women is still alive, and we have to go out there and fight for our rights. Second, when people feel that they have skin in the game, they actually go out and vote. We had a great number of voters in Albuquerque go out to vote against this initiative. So this is really important, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so happy that NOW has selected Albuquerque to have their national conference, because the work that women are doing and advocates for women, our men, are doing on behalf of women is so wonderful. And I just want to thank you for your efforts. Keep fighting the fight. I'm there with you on the State House in New Mexico. And if this is your first time in Albuquerque, please enjoy it. It's wonderful. And please, please come back and visit. Thank you.
Now, for those of you who have been to many, many conferences before, you know that in this first plenary, we normally receive the report of the credentialing committee and adopt the rules. We're working on it. We're getting numbers. So we'll get to that as soon as we can. Next on the, right now, what I'd like to do as part of our program, however, and I believe that on timing, we're ready for it, I would like to, hold on just a moment. Let me see. So what I would like to do now is thank you all for being here, and ask our keynote speaker, Donna Edwards, to come to the stage. I'll get you, yes, right, it'll come, yes. And I would ask LaDonna Harris to come to the stage. I cannot tell you how thrilled and grateful I am that our keynote speaker is the amazing Representative Donna Edwards from my home state of Maryland. Representative Edwards is a leader for women's rights. She is in the thick of the women's economic agenda, having shaped it. She is pushing it in Congress. She is working with Leader Nancy Pelosi, who should be Speaker again, may I say. And Donna never tires in her efforts to achieve women's equality economically and social justice, in respect for women's reproductive rights along the entire spectrum of women's rights. But Donna's work especially has been to end violence against women. In 1990, she co-founded and became executive director of the National Network to End Domestic Violence. And may I say that the NNEDV is now headed by our own Kim Gandhi, the immediate past president of NOW. In 1994, Donna was right at the forefront of efforts to pass the Violence Against Women Act, signed into law by President Clinton. Since being sworn into Congress, she has made huge strides improving the lives of working families and working women and women who are moms and women who stay home and women in every community in this country. And I can't tell you how excited I am to ask her to come to the podium and talk to us about what she's doing.
Well, thank you very much, Terry, and good morning. First of all, I am so excited to be here in Albuquerque, and particularly to be in New Mexico, because Albuquerque is my home where I really learned my politics. I won my first election in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 11th grade class president at Manzano High School. And that taught me a little bit about organizing and a little bit about winning. It took me a while before I could turn that high school victory into a congressional seat. I also was here just before Respect ABQ worked on their work successfully in this last election. And when I was here, I was actually with a group of community leaders and with women trying to pull together that diverse coalition that is the subject of our conversation here this weekend. And not only, and our representative reminds us of that, but not only was there a victory at the ballot box for women, but there also was an electoral victory at the city council here in Albuquerque, because the numbers that turned out to defeat that horrible, horrible piece of legislation resulted in an electoral victory on the city council for women here in Albuquerque. And so that is a reminder to us that when we do our politics right and the issues are right and voters turn out, not only can we make change at the ballot box when it comes to our issues, but we can make changes when it comes to those who are our elected representatives. And so thank you, Albuquerque, for that great victory. This morning, I decided today that I would do something that I actually never do, which is, try to use notes, because I got in from my flight last night, and it was a long flight, because we love New Mexico and we love Albuquerque, but I'm telling you, getting here from Washington is a treat. But when I came in last night, and I was trying to think, in a conversation that we're going to have about diversity and what it means to work across coalitions and to work together, I wondered what it is that I could say to people who are activists, who are always out there on the forefront. You're our leadership. You're our leadership in states all across this country. But it came to me. And it came to me based on a couple of experiences just this week. The earlier experience in the week was the gathering at the White House Summit on Working Families, where there were so many women from all across this country, women, leaders, and activists. And I was doing a panel discussion with young women leaders. And I love it when they put me on a panel with young women, because they do it thinking that I'm all that young, and then I have to talk about how I'm 50, I'll be 56 tomorrow. My son is 25, he'll be 26 in a couple of months, ain't so young. But nonetheless, it was great to be with these young women leaders from all across the country, because they were excited about the prospect of the work that we have to do together. And when I looked across that room, and it was a packed room, and it was every stripe that you can imagine that makes up this great diverse nation. And it was a reminder to us, and especially those of us who are, approaching, those other years, it was a reminder to us that this generation understands diversity in a way that we could never have imagined. Let's not do it wrong for them. Let's make sure that we actually value the diversity that they so naturally bring to the table. And that was the first experience earlier in the week. And then also there, a young woman came up to me afterwards, and she said in a kind of whispered tone, "I really want to talk to you because I'm a leader in my community, and I really believe in fighting for all of the things that are important for women." We were talking about things like equal pay for equal work and affordable child care and, raising the minimum wage. She said, "I really believe in those things, and I'm a feminist." And I said, "Why are you whispering about that?" And so that was a reminder again that we still have also a lot of education to do. And we have, as women, have to speak out and articulate our feminism in a way that brings in those young women so that they aren't whispering about it, that they're shouting about it, and they're working for their feminism. That's something that I learned from, like, Pat Roos over here, too. I did. And so that was another thing this week. And then there's the Supreme Court, and I know we're going to have a discussion about that, but I just think about that Supreme Court, which happens to be one of the most historically activist Supreme Courts that we have ever experienced in this nation, with a group of people who said that they didn't want an activist court, right? But we're not going to discuss them because that will just make our blood boil even more. And we have work to do. We can't afford to have the blood just boiling without doing the work. And the work that we have to do is to change our environment, to change an environment that enables a president of the United States to appoint someone in the Supreme Court who's going to make a difference for women's lives. And we do that because we do it at the ballot box. And the way that we do it is we do it by making sure that we keep the Senate, that we build on our gains there, and making sure that we do, as Terry has said, put the gavel back in the hands of a woman who knows how to use it in Nancy Pelosi. And so that was kind of one lesson. But then the really big lesson for me this week just happened yesterday, 2 days ago. And I was in a discussion with, I will not name them, but some of my Democratic colleagues who are men. And they were expressing such annoyance at the fact that we were just so focused on women, our women's economic agenda, equal pay for equal work, facilitating entrepreneurship among women, raising the minimum wage because 2/3 of the workers who work for minimum wage are in fact women, providing for quality, affordable child care because a lot of women, I know that men and families are taking care of children, but an awful lot of women are taking care of their children and can't find quality, affordable, and accessible child care. But that has been a broad focus of our women's economic agenda. And why is that? Because women matter. Now look, I just got engaged too. See, a lot of information I'm sharing with you. But I just got engaged, and I mean, to a wonderful man, and it's going to be great. Well, everybody, when you get engaged, the next thing, you can't even enjoy being engaged because then people start asking you, like, when are you getting married? And it's like, oh, wow, another decision I have to make? And so I just got engaged, and people are asking that question. And I'm a little reluctant right now to answer that question because here we are in 2014. I'm the chair of the Democratic Women's Working Group in the Congress. It's our Women in Congress. We've along with our leader Pelosi, we launched this women's economic agenda almost a year to the day ago on the steps of the House of the Capitol. We've just come off of a bus trip that started in Seneca Falls where women got to work in Seneca Falls, and then we went through to Albany and down in Boston and across the country to through Ohio and Illinois, talking about a women's economic agenda, talking about raising the status and the possibilities for women. And this gentleman says to me, we're just so focused on women. And I thought, well, now that I'm all engaged, I don't want to set a wedding date because this year in 2014, as an unmarried woman that I have been for a long, long time, finally, the politicians want to talk to us, right? And so I'm like, I am so not prepared to get married yet because they are finally talking to me. And why is that important? Because unmarried women make up more of our population now than they ever have, because they make a difference, because when they show up to vote, they vote for people who care about things like quality, affordable child care and equal pay for equal work and raising the minimum wage and improving jobs and opportunities for women. And the political class is talking to me now. And so I want to be able to respond to that. And I want to make sure that all across this country, in every single state, that we are registering more women, that we are turning those women out to vote, because that is the difference between us getting something on the table that is going to make a difference in women's lives and not. It is really just that simple. And so I have a charge for you. The device, I don't even know what the point is of having these devices. They shut out on you, they time out on you, you lose your notes. So I'm just going to leave that there. Because I have a charge for you. Pat Roos came up to me this morning. I love Pat because when my son was just 6 weeks old and he had gotten meningitis, and I was working as an intern for Pat, and I needed that internship because then I wouldn't have been able to graduate without it. And we were working on this Supreme Court brief, and there is Pat rocking my little baby at 6 weeks old so that I could sit at the word processor, and it was a word processor, typing out that brief and doing that research. And I thought part of the reason that Pat had to do that is because my son got meningitis in a substandard child care facility, right? In a substandard child care facility. And all across this country, every single day, women are putting their children at risk, and they're not getting the quality they deserve, and they're not getting the affordability they deserve. And those children are not being raised in a nurturing environment. And so that's why we're focused on those issues. And if somebody says to me, oh, women, that's like another sort of special interest we're focusing on. Well, when you're more than half the population, you cannot possibly be a special interest. And so I got a little bit testy with my colleagues on this issue. And I felt like as a black woman, you're always telling me whenever I then began to think about things that are important to my life and improving the status of my life, I have to set that aside so I can think about your life. Well, enough of that already, right? And this is not a battle. This is not a battle because we know that when we improve the status and the lives and the possibilities for women, we improve the lives and the possibilities for our children, for our families, for our communities, for our economy, right? And so it isn't a special interest. And so I'm glad we are focused on unmarried women in this election. And I'm looking at this sign right here, and it's saying 5 minutes. So I'm going to go really quickly because this part comes really quickly, but it is the most important. And it's the most important thing this year because all across the country in congressional districts, we got some people there who are just not doing what they're supposed to do. And in fact, they are being so counterproductive that they are destructive. And we have to change that. We have to flip that script. We have to change the environment. And I know that that's part of the reason that you're gathered here today. And so I look at a state like Kentucky, for example, and everybody's focused on Allison Lundergan Grimes. And I tried to recruit her. I'm the head of recruitment for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. I tried to recruit her. She decided she won for Senate. Guess what? We found Elizabeth Jensen in Kentucky to run for that House seat. And so if Allison wins up here, Elizabeth can win right here. And so when you're out in Kentucky, don't forget that House seat, because it does matter who holds that gavel. If you're right here in New Mexico, I know people are telling you, oh, Roxanne Lara, Rocky Lara, what a great name for a candidate. Rocky Lara, and she is fabulous, right? And so if people are telling you in New Mexico that that's not a possibility, you've got that wrong. It is a possibility, and it can only happen when the women of New Mexico go down to take a trip to Las Cruces. I've been there. I was their girl state in New Mexico, in Las Cruces. I know it can get a little hot. But, you know, go to Las Cruces. Knock on doors for Rocky Lara. Give Rocky Lara money. Make sure that you register all of those people who are eligible to vote but who are not voting. Change the environment. Flip the script. Win the district, okay? And now, because the big "you're done" sign is getting ready to go up, I can tell you in every single state all across the country, because as recruitment chair, I did something that no other recruitment chair has done for the Democrats recruiting for Congress. I've recruited more women to run for House seats than have ever been recruited at any one time in this country. And you know what? This year, I know, for example, that we are going to bring 2 more black women into the House of Representatives. I know that with your help, Rocky Lara and Amanda Renteria are going to come into the Congress, right? So it does matter who's in charge. It does matter who makes the decision. And all across this country, there are men and women candidates who could make a difference, not just because it's about winning elections, but because it's about changing people's lives. And it's about improving an economy, whether that economy is here in Albuquerque or it's in Annapolis, Maryland. It's about changing the environment so that women know their possibilities, so that women who are graduating from college, not only are you not saddled with enormous college debt, but also you don't start out at Jump Street not making what the guy sitting next to you in class, probably falling asleep during class while you were studying, and you don't make the same amount as he does. It matters to me as a black woman because I know that they say that women overall make 77 cents on the dollar, but I know as a black woman, I only pull down 64 cents on a dollar. I know that as a Latina, she only pulls down 54 cents on a dollar. And you know what? People tell me in Maryland women are doing so great, better than women anywhere in the country. Well, you know what? 80 cents on the dollar is not 100 cents on the dollar. And so, I am going to challenge you in whatever state you're in, find some place that you can go to work to flip the script, to register voters, to educate voters, to turn out voters, to focus on women, unmarried women, Hispanic women, Latina women, African American women, Asian women. You do that, and we change our environment. We change our environment. We change the Congress. We change the world. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donna. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much, Donna. You see why I wanted her to be our keynote speaker here. And you have your charge. We have got to get out and elect more women's rights supporters. This year is more important than ever. The right wing thinks they're going to have a replay of 2010, and we have to prove them wrong. And the people in this room are the ones to do that. Okay. I want to continue with our welcoming plenary right now. I've got a very exciting award to announce. And then we're going to get to the more of the business side after that. We're doing things a little out of order, but please bear with me. Now's Woman of Vision Award this year, I am so excited to say, goes to LaDonna Harris. LaDonna is the president of Americans for Indian Opportunity. and a long-standing advocate for tribal America, for civil rights, for environmental protection, and for the women's movement. I will tell you that LaDonna and I serve on the board of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. And when I heard she was, yes, and when I heard LaDonna was coming on the board, I was so excited. And she pulled me aside and said, "Have I got stories about Pat Roos for you?" So anyone who wants to know, just come and grab me afterwards. I've got some great stories. LaDonna was a founding member of Common Cause. She was also a founding member of the National Urban Coalition, and she is an ardent spokesperson against poverty and social injustice. She was a founder of the National Women's Political Caucus. Yes. In 1980, she was the vice presidential nominee on the Citizens Party ticket with Barry Commoner, which insisted on adding environmental issues to that presidential campaign and future presidential campaigns thereafter. LaDonna's influence now reaches into the international community to promote peace. She was an original member of the Global Tomorrow Coalition, the U.S. representative to the OAS, Inter-American Indigenous Institute, as well. LaDonna has spent a lifetime advocating for the very issues that are core to NOW's purpose. I can't think of a better person to accept our Woman of Vision Award than LaDonna, and I'm going to ask you all to give her a very warm welcome.
Thank you. And it's a great honor to receive this recognition from this group. NOW has been the most effective national women's organization in the United States through the years. And we were laughing, and well, two things happened this week. I was watching the Freedom Riders, if you watch PBS, all of that story coming back at you. And made me think of all of those people. And then Catherine reminded me she was 13 years old, her sister was like 8 years old, and we had picket signs in front, picketing the White House for equal pay. And now she's in retirement, she's retiring, and Laura's, just remember how far that goes back. And my sisters who brings to mind, all of those activities bring to mind, such as Dolores Huerta, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Pat Roos, and all of the things that we did at those times that were so we're still working toward. And the diversification of, and why I'm so honored that the subject that you're taking on is so important in today's world. That diversity is almost a tarred word, that the browning of America is occurring. And some people are frightened about that. And some of those fears are certainly unreal because, well, they may be real because we haven't learned about each other enough. We worked on the civil rights, watching that story of the civil rights movement that affected all of us, that promoted us all up. I know in the Indian community it was very vital for us. But reviewing that, one of the things I was thinking about after listening to that in that Democratic convention was just horrifying to remember. I was there at the time. And Fannie Lou Hamer's speech at that time was so brilliant. But thinking about diversity, and when we're thinking, I think we need to find new rhetoric. Not rhetoric, but words. We had good words in the civil rights movement. We need to look at it and change it and break out some of the groupings that we poke people in, and change those words into, humanize those words into individuals so that you can recognize. Even when we talk about indigenous people, you know, we're here in New Mexico, we have the Pueblo people who is represented by our representative, Acoma, the beautiful city of Acoma. And then we have they are sedentary people who are farmers, and then we have the Apaches and the Navajos and the Comanches who used to come over and trade or raid with the Pueblos. But we're diverse people with, even in the Native American community, we have different cultures, we have different languages. So that when we think about diversity, don't just put people in categories. And when we're talking now about immigration, well, though Mexicans coming over here. Well, now we're talking about Central America. Now we're talking about children and women and children coming over. And we're finding, from the Native American point of view, that many of those people are coming are indigenous peoples from Central America. And so that by putting them in one big category, we miss the humanization of them. So we need to find new languages. We like to say, thank you. We like to say that we're, and even as Indian people, we're learning how to say, because Indian is more or less the N word in some of the Latin American countries, so we have to learn to say indigenous. So we now have to use the term indigenous to be inclusive of all, not only indigenous people of Latin America, but indigenous people everywhere. It's a very exciting time, and when people talk about globalization, when men are talking about globalization, they're talking about natural resources. How are we going to get somebody's natural resources? They're not talking about how we're going to live together. You know, we should have been having this conversation right after the Civil Rights Movement about our society. What kind of society do we want? And in fact, we've seemed like we've moved backwards. We've moved back from some of the wonderful stands that we took in the 70s and the 80s and all of those things. So to find a set, we've got to find a new language. We've got to recognize, and not growing up, I'm a citizen of the Comanche Nation and reared by my grandparents. So I contain a Comanche worldview is what I see of myself. And that I was taught that everybody has value. Everybody has value. You just have to see it in someone. If you go to think, well, everybody has value, you will see that kind of interaction or that production, that contribution that they can make. If you don't see them that way, and of course, we see that what environmentalists and other people are saying, that we're connected to animals and water and the stars, and as we've learned from Euro-American scientists, that we have star quality in our DNA. So that we've always known that as Native people. So that is the environment, all of those things, the humanizing, recognizing we're part of a system. Our bodies are one ecological system. Our heart is our brain is one ecological system. If we think of that, and the world we live in is an ecological system. The heavens are an as we learn more and more and see, you can tell I'm a PBS person. I try to read as well, but to understand that from a Native point of view. And that's one of the reasons we've gone international. We've had our first, as Americans for Indian Opportunity, have our first international Indigenous leadership class. And we have people from Japan, the Ainus from Japan. We have a sister organization in New Zealand who copies our model of leadership. We now have Peruvian, Bolivians, and Samoans. So we're kind of taking the Pacific Rim, more or less, in our first attempt at it. So we're very excited about this new step we're taking. And as we are here to talk about our diversity within our own country, let's think about how we reach out, particularly through immigration, how we look at other people, not only just to be respectful of it, but actually we found that we just embracing it you grow so much, you learn so much, and share by sharing and not saying you know have all the answers. So I love being here. I'm so proud of my award and recognition that you've given me, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
This really is an awesome conference.
Thank you both so much. Now we're going to move back to doing a little bit of business to hear that. I think I saw the credentialing chair. Is she in the? Yes. So I would ask the credentials chair and the rules chair to join me up on the stage. And we talk about technology. Oh yes, I did bring it. We're going to, this is the part of the conference, the opening plenary, where we will adopt the conference. We will hear how many delegates we have, and then we will turn to adopt the conference rules and the conference agenda or program. So first I'd like to hear from Toby Abrams, who is the chair of the credentialing committee. Yay, Toby.
Good morning, everybody. Those were two great speeches, my goodness. What a fabulous way to start this conference, Terry. Thank you. Madam President, attached is a list of names of the voting delegates of the conference and their alternates who have been registered up until 10 a.m. this morning. We don't actually hand you a physical list. The list is sitting in the back outside in the hallway. We have, as of now, and that's as of 10 a.m. this morning, 112 voting delegates. The number of alternate delegates who have registered is to be discovered. The number of now members present at this conference is also to be parceled out. We're collecting our data a little bit differently this year, but we will have these numbers. To break out this data for you, which I think is useful, we had 435 people pre-register for this conference. As of this morning, 154 of them have registered, have checked in. On-site registration has been 42. That equals 196 people. We have had 3 people from the press check in with us. Those are visitors, press. We have 1 parliamentarian who I think is present. Is that correct? Yes. Parliamentarian is present. That brings our total registered for this conference, present here and functioning, to exactly 200. I think that's the sum of the report.
Yes, okay.
I'll wait up here until she's done.
Okay, great, wonderful. Actually, I think we have one more thing. On behalf of the committee, would like to rule the roll of delegates, is the voting delegates of the conference thus far. Do you have that on there?
112.
Yes, so we have
Voting people.
100, so 112 of voting delegates is submitted to the as the official roll of the voting delegates of the conference, and without objection, that will be acknowledged thus far. We may have more people. In fact, we fully expect to have more people coming online as voting delegates. So thank you so much, Toby. And I will ask the body to adopt Toby's committee's report as presented. And seconded. All in favor, please raise your voting cards. If you have the voting card with your little red dot, right? If you have a red dot, you can raise it. And lower your voting cards. All opposed, please raise your voting cards. And all abstaining, please raise your voting cards. And the report has been accepted. Thank you so much. So according to the bylaws, a quorum is 25% of the 125 delegates, which I think clearly we have in the room. So I'm going to say that a quorum has been established. The next business is the adoption of the conference rules, and I will ask our rules chair, Joanne Tosti-Vasey, to present the rules. Right. Go, Joanne. All right, here we go. And you have your,
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all here. On behalf of the committee, I'd first like to recognize the members of the committee so you know who they are this weekend. We have 3 members of the Rules Committee. There's myself as chair. There's Gilda Yazzie, who will be sitting here at this chair. And there's Shirley Ann Rawls. Shirley, are you in the room? Please come up and sit up in the front of the room. If you have any questions about how to do motions or rules or following, we are the 3 people you're supposed to see. Don't go to the parliamentarian. We're the ones that will, if there's a question we can't answer, we'll talk to her. There's also one more caveat. There's 2 of me in the room. I have an identical twin sister. So if you're looking for me, look for the one with the wire rims, not the plastic rims. On behalf of the committee, I move the adoption of the proposed conference rules as submitted with the addition of the following 3 new rules. First, on behalf of the committee, I move to amend the submitted conference rules by adding and renumbering a new rule under number 4, plenary session B.
It's already in the program book.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's presented in the book. There are 3 different amendments. Okay.
What's been presented is just what's in the book.
Okay.
That's it? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So the motion on the floor is what all of the rules that are in your program book, anything that was changed from last year to be presented to the body is in bold so you can see it easily, but it's all in the program book. So the motion on the floor is to approve the rules as written in the program book, and I have, yes, can you please identify yourself and identify your chapter? And I don't think your mic is on. Can we get that mic turned on, please? Try again.
Noreen Connell,
There you go.
from the New York City chapter of NOW.
Thank you.
And it says here that there must be 200 signatures of NOW members registered at the conference to be submitted with a resolution. And there's 2 problems. One is if there's an issue hearing and people want to submit the resolution to the issue hearing, and it doesn't pass the issue hearing, there's always been more time to collect signatures to get it before the plenary. And since we now have only 2 hours between the end of the last issue hearing and the deadline for the submission of resolution, I would like to amend the required number of signatures for introduction of a resolution to the plenary from 200 to 50. 50 being a quarter of the current registered attendees at this time. So it may be higher, but it's a sort of a fairer process, is what I would argue.
Right, 50 would be a little
It's
over
on-
50% of what we have.
Yes.
Yes, right.
It's on page 49.
Of your program
And
books.
under resolutions, which is Roman numeral 6, it's B2. And it says resolutions submitted with 200 signatures of NOW members registered at the conference shall be submitted no later than 2 hours. What my amendment would be resolutions submitted with 50 signatures of NOW members registered at the conference shall be submitted no later than 2 hours.
Thank you, Noreen.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And it will conform it. It's fine. So thank you very much, Noreen. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. And what's in order then is discussion on that motion. Yes, Geraldine.
Okay, yes, Geraldine Stapleton, California Now, National Now Board. I rise in support of this amendment. I think it's only fair. I mean, even 50% of gathering those signatures is going to be difficult within that time frame. So I would urge us to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Cliff, thank you very much for standing up. Let me ask this. Is there anyone who objects to changing the number from 200 to 50? All right, thank you. Cliff, please identify yourself and let us know what chapter you're from.
Cliff Fiedler, co-chair of registration and credentialing. rather than make it a fixed number which would apply to this conference only, can you take a percentage so it would be standard from this point forward? It's 25% is fine.
Thank you for that observation. And I think people have heard it. Donna?
As a person who has shepherded several resolutions through the signature process over the years, I have always gotten a lot of my signatures before I took it to the issue hearing, just in case. So I worked all day before that work getting signatures. And I think 200 is too high, but I think 50 is too low.
Do you have an amendment you'd like to propose?
Yes, I would like to amend it. Sorry. I would like to amend it to 100 signatures.
Is there a second? All right, what's on the table is discussion of the amendment, which moves it to 100 signatures. All right, is there discussion of 100, the amendment for 100? Tony, if you're not there, if you're not discussing that, don't be at the mic, sweetie. All right, there is no discussion. Are we ready? Okay, very cool. We don't want to take too much time here.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to call the question on all pending matters.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right, so is there objection to voting immediately? But calling the question on all pending matters means that we will vote on whether to accept the amendment at 100, and if we do, then that becomes the main motion, and we will have to then vote on the main motion to change the 200 to 100. If the amendment fails, then the main motion will be to change 200 to 50. Are we all clear? Is there objection to moving to a vote? All right, so clear the aisles, please. We're now voting, so I'd like everyone to sit. All in favor of the proposed amendment, which would move the required signatures on petitions from 200 to 100. All in favor of 100, please raise your voting cards. And I know that there are big, bright red dots so that I'll be able to see. All right, really high, because I think it's really high so I can see them all. All right, all opposed to the 100. Joanne, what are you seeing? It's very close. All right, I hate to ask you how to do this, but let's do this. All in favor of 100, stand up and hold your voting cards really high. Stand up, because that just makes it easier for us to figure it out. It's still going to be close. Are we going to have to count? Yeah, I think we're going to have to count. All right. Actually, you want to organize the count? Get your people. Oh, right, yes, they all have to sit. Right. We may have to count, but let's sit down. All opposed to the 100. All opposed to the 100. Oh, I think the 100 fails. Yeah, okay. So the 100 has failed. The main motion is on 50. Please stand and raise your voting cards if you would like to go to 50. All in favor of 50, please raise your hands. Your voting cards, stand up, stand up. All right, sit down. All in favor, all opposed to moving to 50, please stand and raise your cards. Yeah, I think it passes. So it passes, and the rules will be changed. There's two places where it appears. We'll put it in 50 in both places. All right, thank you very much. What is now on the floor is the motion to accept the rules as they have now been amended. Is there discussion? Yes, on mic second.
Hello, I have a comment about the proposed revision to limit debate on bylaw amendments to a maximum of 20 minutes.
Yes.
That would only allow 6 people to talk if each person was awarded the 3-minute maximum. And I think that would be really limiting participation in discussion. So my proposal would be to lengthen that maximum to 60 minutes. Because that would allow more fuller participation by people. So my motion is to change that to a 60-minute maximum.
All right, just on a point of information, thank you for that motion. Before I entertain whether there's a second, please be aware that that would require us to spend 6 hours on Sunday just on bylaws. And we do have a hard stop at 3 o'clock because so many people have to catch airplanes.
Well,
so I'm just saying on information for those who are considering whether they might want to second or debate this. So,
and I'd be open to any amendments. I just heard someone behind me. 60 minutes would be the total debate by all people, not for just one person. Each person talks 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So let me make what I hope is a facilitating suggestion. it is 11 o'clock. It's a little after 11 o'clock. And I wonder, wouldn't it be smarter to have this conversation on Sunday morning? We are starting the session on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. We can consider all these kinds of questions at 8 o'clock on Sunday when we really, and by the way, there are quite a few people who are very interested in these bylaw changes who I know are not here at the moment, and I think that they really want to have a voice in all of these kinds of discussions about the bylaw amendments. So I'm just going to suggest that perhaps we put this off to Sunday and then we can move on with the rest of this. Sounds good?
You're doing well. That's right. That's right. You can change the color of line.
Patricia on our red card.
Patricia Ireland, Key West now. Okay, I'm a delegate from Key West.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, I should be a delegate.
Make sure that's okay.
I have a point of information. If we adopt these rules, what would the vote be required to change it from the 20 minutes that has been allocated? Or were you suggesting we adopt these rules except for that time limit and then vote on that part Sunday morning?
I'm suggesting we adopt these rules except for the time limit, so that there would not, because normally if we were to adopt the rules, it would be a 2/3 vote to change it.
Right.
But my suggestion is to simply not adopt this portion of the rules right now.
Thank
Only
you.
adopt these.
All right, thank you.
Commentary, questions? All right, if there's no further debate or discussion of the rules, except for that part, except for the part dealing with proposed bylaw amendments, are we ready to vote on accepting the rules? Yay, good. All right, all those in favor, please, why don't you go ahead and stand? It's good exercise. And raise your voting cards. All right. And be seated. All those opposed, please stand and raise your voting cards. I'm not hardly seeing anybody. And all abstaining, please stand and raise your voting cards. Thank you all so much. The rules are adopted. And the last piece we have is the adoption of the program. Our parliamentarian calls it the program. We often call it the agenda. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as printed in your program book. I hear motions and seconds. All right, is there discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the agenda as stated in your program book, please stand and raise your voting cards. I should say stand as you are able and willing and raise your voting cards. I really want, yes, and be seated. And all those opposed, raise your voting cards, stand as you are able and willing, and all abstaining. And the program has been adopted. Thank you all so much. And we are going to take exactly a 120-second break. I need to talk to staff for just 120 seconds, and we will be right back, okay? I am absolutely thrilled to be able to introduce our next plenary panel. And first of all, I have to tell you that I'm very sorry to say that Avis Jones DeWeaver is not able to be with us today. She was called away, so she sends her regrets and she sends her best wishes for this conference. Avis is a good friend and we really miss her, but she and I work together in Washington fairly frequently, and she's a real champion for women's rights. So what I want to do, yes, thank you. So this plenary is going to be, I hope, going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers all at once, and LaDonna is going to moderate. And then as I introduce speakers, that's the order in which you all will speak, right? So that makes sense. LaDonna's offered to moderate. At this panel, what we want is for speakers have agreed to speak maybe 5, maybe 7 minutes, something like that, fairly short, so that we can then have a real conversation. The stage is set up the way it is, specifically because we really want to have give and take with you in the audience. So after I do the introductions, I'm going to turn it over to LaDonna and ask her to moderate. And so here we go. Elizabeth Schuler is the Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. The number 2 person in the nation's largest federation of labor unions in the country. In 2009, Liz became the first woman ever elected Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO. And she is also the youngest officer ever elected. Not young forever. Nobody is. Liz was also from her earliest days on the job, Liz displayed a commitment to excellence and professionalism that helped her succeed in all she undertook, often against daunting odds. She's active with many women's causes, including the Women's Campaign Fund, Women's Policy, Inc., and the National Women's Law Center, and also the International Women's Democracy Center, an organization that sponsors mentoring programs in encouraging women to run for office and to seek change in countries overseas. Liz also represents the AFL-CIO on various boards and committees, and she and I have worked together on the labor movement's expansion program, which I'm sure Liz is going to talk about. It's really wonderful. Next up speaking will be K.O. Lin. K.O. Lin is a feminist activist. She is an award-winning author for her first book, Talking About Race, a workbook about white people fostering racial equality in their lives. Kaylin has taught in preschools. She has substitute taught in elementary, middle, and high schools. She has worked in a residential treatment center for children and young adults. In 1991, she moved to Seattle and legally adopted her present name. Kaylin received her BA degree summa cum laude from the University of Massachusetts Amherst in 2000. And her second book, which is a wonderful, wonderful title, is Protocol, Welcome to Paradise, Watch Your Step. It's co-authored with Henry White and will be launched in the fall of this year. Kaolin is married to George Allen Williams, with whom she has 2 children. Was married. Next up will be my dear friend Santita Jackson. Santita is the host of the top-rated Chicago radio show, Santita Jackson Show, a leading urban talk radio station in which she examines topics of political, social, cultural, and religious significance 5 days a week. She is also the executive producer, writer, and co-host of the nationally syndicated Keep Hope Alive radio show with her father, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Santita is a writer and founding contributor to The Griot. She is an MSNBC website dedicated to, The Griot is an MSNBC website dedicated to African American news and opinion. She found her passion for academics and music early in her life. She attended Howard University as a student, and it's her hope that she can use all of her gifts to bless and to serve. And finally is Irene Vasquez, who is the director of the Chicano Hispanic Mexicano Studies program here at the University of New Mexico. Irene's research and teaching interests include indigenous peoples of the Americas, Afro-Mexican Latino relations, U.S. social movements, women of color feminism, and intercultural collaboration and peace building. She has written several essays in English and Spanish on the historic and contemporary relations between African Americans and Latin Americans, and she is currently co-authoring a book. In the area of K-12 education service, Irene has served as co-founder and council of trustees, as a member of the Academia Semillas del Pueblo, a public charter school located in El Sereno, California. In 2005, she was appointed to the Mayor's Education Advisory Council for the City of Los Angeles. So she has recently come to New Mexico from California. Anyway, I'd like to welcome everyone on the stage, and now I'm going to turn it over to Madonna to moderate. Thank you. And I think you have the handheld thing.
Yes.
There. Yeah. Oh, good, your mic.
I have
okay, good. All right, thank you so much.
I don't have to. I wanted to say welcome to Mexico. We want to our plans were to warmly welcome you, but I think we're done. The heat is going to be very wonderful today, but so will be our meeting. Who wants to be first? Okay, send as we were introduced, if you would. Oh.
Hello. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And as I was watching the meeting, I felt like I was at a union meeting with the voting on the credentials and the program. So thanks for having me here. And again, my name is Liz Schuler, Secretary-Treasurer of the National AFL-CIO, representing 12 million working men and women. 6.5 million women we represent. I don't think a lot of people realize that we represent that many women. And so we like to throw our weight around and say we're the largest working women's organization in the country, maybe next to now. But a lot of people don't realize that. So I am thrilled to be here, mainly because my objective today is to just basically lay it out there that the labor movement and the women's movement cannot be siloed. This keeps cutting out, but cannot be siloed. Our working families agenda and your agenda are one, and we need to be working together more than ever before. And I just want to say a thank you to Terry O'Neill. She has been absolutely a working partner with us. She mentioned that she attended our convention. I needed a class before I actually look into the mic, I guess. Okay, is that better?
Yes.
So she was an integral part of our convention and trying to figure out ways we deeply work together and absolutely integrate and open our doors in the labor movement to more women's organizations, more community organizations, really build strong and enduring partnerships. And so that's what I want to leave you with today, if I leave you with anything, is we are open for business. We want the labor agenda to be a working women's agenda, and that this is hopefully where we're all headed, okay? Now, why do we care so much about this, right? We know that working families are basically under assault. This economy has done workers no favor. If you look at the past 30 years, what's happened to wages, right? People are suffering. And is it because productivity has gone down? Absolutely not. And if you were to look at productivity, if it were to keep up with wages, or if wages were to keep up with productivity over the last 20 years, the minimum wage would actually be $18.67 today. Sorry, this mic keeps cutting out. Sorry, $18.67 an hour today. And so we all know, I don't need to tell you, the wealthiest 1% has been taking all the income gains over the last 20 years. And in fact, all of the income gains in our economy went to the wealthiest 10% of households over that period of time. And the wages of the other 90% of the workforce has actually fallen. So we have a job to do, right? We need to beat back this strategy that the extremists in the Republican Party seem to want to continue to push, which is push wages down. We're actually fighting to raise wages, okay? Because no person that works for a living should have to live in poverty, as the president says, right? Everyone who works for a living should be able to make it in this country. And I think Donna Edwards, my shero, said before that 2/3 of working women that work for the minimum wage are actually taking it, have the hardest time in this economy, especially if they're working for tipped minimum wage, which, we just had an example of a worker in town who came to town to tell her story at the summit that was mentioned earlier this week, the White House Summit on Working Families. She is working for $2.13 an hour in Texas as a barkeeper. She actually sometimes says she loses money going to work because by the time that $2.13 pays for her taxes and her transportation and her child care, She is living off tips, and that does not give us enough money to make it in this country, right? Thank you so much. And she said, we need to raise the minimum wage so I can raise my daughter, okay? And that is powerful. So we know how women are disproportionately hit. The policies we talked about on Monday at the White House Summit are absolutely critical. Certainly working for raising minimum wage, raising living standards, a living wage. I hate to say minimum wage, but a living wage. Paid family leave, paid sick leave. All of these policies are now being prioritized by the labor movement because a women's agenda, as I said, should be the labor movement's agenda. And that's right. So we're starting to get it. Terry referred to the fact that we are going through a cultural change in the labor movement, and we actually have to look in the mirror a little bit, right? That we used to think that we could do it alone, that the labor movement was so big and powerful and mighty that we could actually lead economic change in this country almost by ourselves and almost exclusively for our own members, right? That we felt that if we advocated for our own members, it would lift the standards for everyone. Well, most people know the labor movement is struggling now, right? Between offshoring, trade policies, attacks in the states where collective bargaining, the very foundation of our movement, is under attack, it's clear that we can no longer do it alone. So our whole movement now in the labor movement is about opening up, building these alliances, working with as many groups as we can find to share our values, right? Equality and opportunity and fairness and equal pay. And all of these values are the same values that we share. So it's about time that we integrate with one another. And that's what I want to leave you with is, making sure that, again, we can't do it alone. The women's movement can't do it alone. The labor movement can't do it alone. The environmental movement can't do it alone. The seniors, everyone needs to work together to build a broad, deeply aligned movement that really, together we can win. Thank you.
I was born Patricia Ann Louise Graham, and I changed my name legally in 1990 while I lived in Seattle, Washington. And kaolin is a clay that is that's often used, and the metaphor, of course, is constructing and reconstructing my own life on my own terms. And what I chose to do is to give you an autobiographical sketch about my life, my work, because I think it speaks very relevantly to many individual women who could be doing the very same thing right now, right here, sitting where I am right now. And I'd like to thank Terry and Joycelyn and many, many women for my being here today. I'm very grateful. It is an honor. My life as a feminist began when I was a child, just as my life as an Anglo-white female that would be benefiting from white privilege had. You may all be familiar with virtual tours, and I wanted to give you a literary tour of the way in which white privilege has impacted my life so far. Some of this may surprise you. So sit back and relax for a minute, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and imagine the following. I was born on July 31st, 1951, with a silver spoon in my mouth. White privilege. I was raised in a brownstone in a landmark area of Brooklyn, New York, 13 rooms, an attic with a pool table, ping pong table, bikes, and enough toys to fill up a pediatric ward of a hospital. White privilege. 1956, I attended a playgroup called Adele's, an after-school program in Prospect Park for 8 years. We won trophies, medals, and other awards for athletic skills and good sportsmanship. White privilege. I see gender issues as perplexing and unfair and start to write. I wonder about classism without knowing what it is called. I can go to the doctor whenever I need to and get excellent health care. I can get new clothes every season for 18 years without thinking twice about it. White privilege. I know absolutely nothing about racism. White privilege. Attended Catholic grade and high schools and got into a Catholic private women's college without sufficient grades because my mother had gone there and my sister was a senior there at the time. White privilege. My father was the Dodgers eye doctor, including Jackie Robinson's. At home, he referred to blacks as niggers. White privilege. 10 years old, I begin to really wonder about color and its impact upon us. White privilege. My mother did not work and refused to ride on a bus. White privilege. 1969, I meet George Williams, who is black and a Vietnam veteran. My parents insist I stop seeing him. I refuse, and I am locked in a room for several days until I come to my senses. White privilege. I escape with a pair of bell-bottoms, $2.47. And most importantly, a Barbra Streisand album. George and I plan to marry. We get a letter from the bishop through a local priest refusing to allow us to marry in the church. 1970, white privilege. We look for an apartment where all our friends are living, and we're rejected. White privilege. We have children in the delivery room. Doctors from my childhood appear to see if I am okay, even though they are not a part of my low-income health plan. They are all private doctors. White privilege. I go for a job without experience or skills and get it immediately. White privilege. Wherever I go with my biracial daughter, people assume I am her babysitter. Wherever I go with my husband, white people assume I am crazy to have married out of my race. And in this case, my class, white privilege. The 1970s, I believe in volunteering on women's issues specifically, and in that capacity, I worked for Planned Parenthood, CHIPS, which was a homeless shelter in Brooklyn, and for Judge Gertrude Bacon's hotline for abusive parents. I also work as a waitress on Wall Street for money and go to auditions for singing gigs. There is only one woman of color working in these 3 organizations combined. There is no one of color on my job on Wall Street. White privilege. I get a job singing at Damrush Park at Lincoln Center in the summer concert series. The performance is titled Children of Adam. The choral director is Chapman Roberts, who is African American. He was also the choral director for Bubbling Brown Sugar and Don't Bother Me, I Can't Cope, which were successful Broadway shows at the time. It was produced by the Urban Art Corps, which Dorothy Dandridge, an African American singer and performer, the original star of Porky and Bess, had helped create. There are 100 performers. 99% of us are white. White privilege. Feminism agrees with me. I get involved in politics. I work for the United States Peace Council, and I organize demonstrations to free Angela Davis and Nelson Mandela and get U.S. intervention out of El Salvador and write. With the exception of 2 people out of the 15 I worked with and was in communication with most of the time, all the people are white, and only 2 of them get racism. This confuses me. White privilege. My extended family is black. I have 1 white sibling I am close to and 1 white friend at a time. I am concerned that my children will not be black identified if I play it any other way. White privilege. I switch jobs at will without a college degree. White privilege. Regardless of my anger, I am assumed to be safe wherever I go. White privilege. I become an interpreter for my husband and my children when they are speechless due to the racism they encounter. I do this while desperately trying not to put words in their mouth. White privilege. 1980s. Because I have long blonde hair and I'm slim, I am hit on by black men in particular during my marriage and after my divorce. White privilege. Because I am newly single and have black children, white men treat me cautiously, suspiciously. White privilege. No problem. I am in the process of coming out anyway. I become a fundraiser for the newly launched Audre Lorde Poetry Center at Hunter College. Thank you. With other women, we have a program called Doing It For Ourselves on WBAI FM radio. My full-time job is as a health field representative for the Daycare Council DC 1707 Local 205 Welfare Fund on Varick Street in New York City. It is a pilot program regarding COBRA for daycare staff. I had just come from work in a daycare center, and I am hired without a college degree for this position. White privilege. I am sent to 100 daycare centers in New York City. One of the teachers in Harlem invites me to visit the children in her class. Having told them I was coming, she asked her class if they could remember what she had told them about me, who I was, why I was there. One African-American child, a boy who's about 6, stands up so proudly with a big smile on his face, and he says, "It's Mrs. Nancy Reagan." I go back to work, and I quit my job. 1990s. Invited to Kate Millett's Women's Art Colony on scholarship to write and work on her tree farm among women in Poughkeepsie, New York. Kate is the first white feminist to be on the cover of Time magazine. Kate wrote Sexual Politics, CETA, The Looney Bin Trip, and women come to visit on weekends from all over the country, well-known authors, politicians, feminist organizers. Not one woman of color is among them. White privilege. I begin to accept that white privilege has a peculiar stench to it, and that I must work it out. My poetry gets published easily. It is all about racism. I moved to Northampton, Massachusetts, and go to Holyoke Community College, then transfer to the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, matriculate in the opera department at Smith College for a while, and then I decide to design a course titled Let's Talk About Race, about the daily impact of racism upon all of us. Then teach it for a year through an independent studies program while a full-time student at 45 years of age, working full-time in a residential program for adolescent boys at night. 2,000 plus. I graduate. I sub in local grade schools, high schools, and middle schools to be sure I am right about racism. As I begin to write my book about it, which came out in 2010, titled Talking About Race, a workbook about white people fostering racial equality in their lives, and I am presently co-author of a second book titled Protocol, Welcome to Paradise, Watch Your Step. This is about racism in small liberal towns, especially the one that I live in. White privilege. Working the racial equality muscle is something all feminists can do and must do to assure racial equity. In closing, I'd like to read you a quote from one of my female white students. She was 20 years old at the time. It is from Chapter 4 on Responsibility and White Privilege. This fear to stand up for oneself and to know your boundaries when someone has threatened you is something I have been dealing with for quite a long time. I see women of color do it often, even with humor. I am so used to seeing this as a lack of survival skills in white women. But now, I believe it may be the effect of an abundance of privilege. Thank you.
I'd like to comment, if I may. I'd like to comment on your presentation because I think it's important, and we've never, after civil rights movement, we never got around to saying what's wrong with us. I served on the Mental Health Commission in Washington. I was the Indian on the commission, but that was all right. I learned a lot. And when the psychiatrists and the sociologists talked about races, talked about children, I would say, I don't think that it applied to Indian children, and I don't think it applied to children of color. And they would patronize me. Oh, well, since I didn't have all the right degrees, they patronized me. But I had them over to my house. And they were accustomed to blacks being angry, but they never understood that Indians can be angry. And one of my very prominent friends, we were working together in Oklahoma, and they came up to Washington to visit with me, and I had the committee of psychiatrists and that whole National Committee on Mental Health of Children from the National Institute of Mental Health. So I had them to my house for a buffet supper, and so I had my Chester Pierce, a prominent black psychiatrist from Harvard, there, and of course he was professional enough, he could handle it. He could handle because they could talk in professional terms. But my little Comanche cousin from Oklahoma was intimidated by all of these degrees, I guess, in the conversation, and one of the men had a bolo tie, a wooden bolo tie. And so my cousin had a couple of drinks and went up and said, just be goddamn glad that isn't turquoise or I'd have to whip your ass. Number one question, because when we look at people as victims, we're taking care of a symptom, or we're looking at a symptom. We're not looking at what's causing that person to be poor or underprivileged, and women fit in that category. And so that instead of looking at the victim all the time, we should look at the perpetrator, because they're the sick ones. I mean, they're the ones that we need to have the conversation about. And that, it stuck with me. That report became a part of the permanent report from the National Institute of Mental Health that these prominent people got together and made. It fortunately was incorporated in the Kerner Commission report. Fred Harris was on that committee at the time and had us testify to our findings to him. So it got incorporated. So I think when we're looking for language and other things, I always say as a Native American, we don't study American history, we study Europeans coming to the Americas. And so we spend three-fourths of our time educating the general public about being what Native American is. And so that we use up our time rather than solving our own problems, we're having to solve this other problem. And it means with every administration since Lyndon Johnson, with the exception of George W., that we had to educate their cabinets to make any improvements in our progress. So I'm glad that you've made your statement, particularly so that we could help us look at the issues in a different kind of way and come up with different words to express this. And I do know that an African-American minister from Albuquerque was going to have a white privilege class here at Sandia, the laboratories, and they made him not. He had the funds to do it and everything, and they cut it out of the program. So we have never got to that place that you're talking about. We haven't gotten to that place for people to discuss what is racism, what forms does it take, and how hurtful it is. It's hurtful to the person who holds it. It is a mental health. Can you imagine people that, I don't know, the Tea Party people, they work against their own self-interest because that is ingrained in them in such a way, or that culture that they were raised in is in such a way that they have such a difficult time dealing with people of color, with issues that affect them mostly. And so I think if we get our brilliant women minds together, we'll come up with these solutions. But I appreciate both your presentations. I thought I could intervene at that time.
And I appreciate Ladonna's comments because they relate to what I'm going to talk about today. And I'm going to stick to my notes and read very quickly to allow for our speaker in conversation. But I first want to thank Now for inviting me. I'm very, very glad to be a part of this event today. I think it's truly innovative, truly visionary, and so thank you. Today I would like to speak about the humanitarian crisis occurring now at the nexus of the U.S.-Mexican border and its legal and philosophical connection to the plight of undocumented immigrants, including women and children, and LGBTIQ populations currently in the U.S.-Mexican border region or living in the United States. And while I do not have time to go into the detail of the context and circumstances experienced by undocumented women and children and LGBTIQ populations due to the broken U.S. immigration policies and debilitating effects of U.S. and economic and political interventions in Latin America, I do hope that you will consider these matters thoughtfully and work in your own ways to bring attention to the epic forms of state and non-state oppression and violence impacting these communities nationally and transnationally. Since January 2014, over 50,000 women, children, and unaccompanied children have left their countries of origin in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico, and this is projected to double by the end of the year. Among these tens of thousands of immigrants, indigenous peoples, Afro-Latinos, and LGBTIQ are overwhelmingly represented, and there's reasons for that which we can't get into, but I'm sure you imagine. Women and children and unaccompanied children face a daunting and perilous journey to the north that too often results in physical abuse, rape, hunger, maimings, and death. Many of these women and children flee their countries of origin because of lack of personal security due to organized crime, violent gangs, and pervasive economic instability. But the root causes of these exploitative structures still remain unexplored. Moreover, these populations face harassment and abuse by non-state and state entities and individuals inside and outside of detention facilities. Central American children, if you've seen this in the news media, are being held in ICE detention facilities and are living and sleeping in squalid conditions as we sit here today. They lack adequate legal representation, health care, or social support services. Having made the dangerous 2,000 or more mile trek to the United States, many of them are traumatized, ill, and fearful for their futures. Some of these unaccompanied children are as young as 4. Many of them carry notes pinned to their clothing listing their names, and phone numbers and addresses of relatives in the United States. The structures used to house these young children include the dozens of facilities that were built to detain hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants caught in the tentacles of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Unit, and also new makeshift federal shelters. Immigrant rights activists have been calling attention to the inhumane housing and treatment of undocumented immigrants for many years, and yet not much has been done. Almost 2 million undocumented immigrants have been detained and then deported to their countries of origin. As a group, LGBTIQ undocumented immigrants face the most pernicious detention conditions in ICE and federal penitentiaries. I want to share a story of a transgender woman, Victoria Arellano, who, like other undocumented LGBTIQ persons and undocumented immigrants, live in a precarious existence without state, national, or international rights or protections, and who face marginalization, persecution, harassment, hate crimes, and ultimately, some of them the most inhumane forms of death, alone and in fear and isolated from civil society. LGBTIQ undocumented immigrants, like undocumented women and minor children, are among the most vulnerable populations living in the U.S., border region, and in Latin American countries where xenophobic nationalism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia are discreetly and non-discreetly inscribed into legal systems, codes, in ways that disadvantage these populations proportionately. Immigrant rights advocates have multiplied on a national scale from the mid-2000s forward. And some of these activists in the intersections of immigrant rights, women's rights, LGBTIQ rights, children's rights, have called attention to these vulnerable populations. Victoria Arellano's tragic loss of life occurred in 2011 in a San Pedro, California ICE detention facility, underscores the impossible predicament that faces LGBTIQ undocumented immigrants. She was denied HIV medications while imprisoned in an ICE facility. Victoria died. As an undocumented person, she paid the ultimate price for being in the U.S. without permission. A transgendered person of color, she was disregarded and viewed as unworthy of receiving a reprieve from detention and deportation, and from receiving her vital medications that sustained her life. Queer undocumented activists have highlighted this case to publicize the treatment faced by many undocumented immigrants who lack citizenship protections in one nation or another. So in conclusion, what I want to highlight then is that these activists that are working in these intersections have really laid out an incredible approach and model for dealing with these types of humanitarian crises. They understand that by focusing on the most vulnerable populations and the most egregious forms of violence and deprivation, that they can highlight the root causes of oppression that manifest along race, class, sexuality, gender, religion, nationality lines, and that affect all of us. Maybe not directly, maybe we don't feel them, but here's the challenge that they face, and that we as people who care about social justice, this is the challenge. How do we educate the majority society that discrimination and violence against LGBTIQ, undocumented immigrants, and vulnerable women and children affects us all? Now that the US and several Latin American countries are being called upon by the UN Commission of Refugees to address this humanitarian crisis, I hope that these state officials will take the types of models that activists have created to deal with intersectional oppression and create intersectional forms of empowerment. I'll just end with 3 phrases: que viva la libertad, que viva la igualdad, que viva la mujer, y que viva la humanidad. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because it's in the news, and the president even said yesterday that these children are being taken as some of the young ones are taken as sex slaves now. If you can imagine walking from Guatemala or Honduras all the way through Mexico, riding trains in whatever ways they get here, if they're not killed by the walk, they're either taken as sex slaves or they're, but as soon as they get to the United States, they feel safe. And then our Border Patrol people are not trained properly. They have this aggression again. I mean, there's videotapes and proof of how they've managed people when they cross the border, that people who have put water out there for them, and of course they're taking about the people who try to get them into the United States are illegal actors. If we could figure some way of punishing those people too, but they put water out, people like in Arizona put water out so they can survive the desert march. And the border people come and find that and knock it over. They have videotapes of destroying the water supply that was left out for them. So there's all kinds of pieces of that. And the organization American States says that 90% of human rights violation are against indigenous people. That's why Guatemalans are coming to this country, because of the discrimination against indigenous people, to get away from that. So there's so many elements to this discussion. It's very important. Now,
amen.
Next.
And I've got to follow all of this. Unbelievable. a great big round of applause to now and to the men who are here to support us. Come on, everybody, you can do better than that. I want to thank you for inviting me and through me, Reverend and Mrs. Jackson. My mother's been calling me all day. She wanted to know, what are you going to say, but let me tell you what you need to say. I know what you need to say. She said, I'm 70 this year and I've earned the right to say it all, so you listen to me. And she's right. As a point of personal privilege, I would like to thank Terry O'Neill. One of the things that Attorney Terry O'Neill did not tell you is that she does have another job. On Sundays, she is a regular panelist on the Key Pope Alive show. So we wake her up and we hear the coffee cups in the background and she's making everything. But what we've tried to do on that show, this nationally syndicated show, is broaden the conversation, which is why she had me come here. We start our national conference today. But I had to come here because I wanted to be with you, because we have worked with the National Organization of Women for so long. And we're family. Indeed, we're family to this extent. Many of you know the Congresswoman's former colleague is my brother, Jesse, former Congressman Jesse Jr., and he is currently in prison. And it's something, I don't whisper his name, he's my brother, and I love him. And when he was in Congress, thank you so much, he did a lot of great work. And on that day when we went to the courthouse, there were I went on Google, I was trying to find some pictures of Reverend, because I have to post them, because I'm the executive producer. I wear all the hats. And I was looking for photographs, and when you're a Jackson, you don't think about it. You go on Google and you see all those pictures of us going into the courthouse. I said, oh, so this is the latest group of pictures that they have. But when we were in the courtroom, on the day that my brother and his wife were sentenced, I saw two little heads coming through this crowded courtroom from the back. And it was Eleanor Smeal and Attorney Terry O'Neill. And I could not go another step today without thanking you for being there for us, not just institutionally, but personally. So I began. As I listened to all of you on the 30th anniversary of Reverend Jackson's historic run for the presidency, and it wasn't just Reverend Jackson, it was all of us. See, coalitions breed change. When we're separate, we stagnate, and we make no change because the world keeps moving. I mean, let's be clear on that. And the 1%, the fraction of the 1% who are pushing against us now, they keep working. And somehow or another, once we get a Geraldine Ferraro on the ticket, and Reverend Jackson was the first top-tier candidate of a major party to pledge out of the gate that I will have a woman on my ticket. Vice President Mondale, who was the eventual nominee, refused to accept that pledge. He said, wait a minute, they're half of the sky, they're half of women, they're half of the country. You mean this is a new day. The old wine's got to make room for the new wineskins, right? Okay. But this is the anniversary that we will be celebrating, and of course, Attorney Terry O'Neill will be with us in a couple of days as she closes out this convention. But she brought me here because one of my other jobs, as I scoot up in the chair, is Fox News. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Cha-cha. In addition to my many jobs, I am a contributor on Fox News. And I'll tell you the story. As we talk about inclusion, everybody in, nobody out. As we talk about diversity, different opinions, not just skin deep, getting a black person, a red person, a white person, whatever was politically correct. Look, we're all made by the same God. I'm a religious woman. So I don't see the difference here. I see the differentness, and I celebrate it. But the differences, I celebrate them too, but I'm over it. Over it, really. God made us all, get over it. Having said that, I'm a television producer as well. And I wanted to meet Roger Ailes. At one time, I just left my radio show in Chicago, but I had the top-rated urban talk show in Chicago, and we talked about everything. It's the black talk radio station, and about 35 to 40% of my audience was non-black, which was They said, really weird. Because I would talk about everything. I said, because we are the world. Don't ghettoize black people, and bring whites and women and brown people, bring us all, and Native Americans, bring us all together. We all have a grievance here. White people have a grievance. The first person killed in the American Revolution was a black man. Why? Because we were having a labor fight. And it was a rainbow coalition. We seem to forget that. And we need to get back to that, because I went to see Roger Ailes and he said, you know what, I like you. Have you ever thought about television? Nope. Have you been on Fox News? No. And so my journey with Fox News began, and he has been one of my best advisors. It's all right. You want me to speak a little louder? You know I'm a singer too. We'll change microphones. Let's get another.
This is
okay.
to come.
Okay, I'm coming. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. See, we're good, right? Okay. And so as I went to, as we talked, as I tentatively put my toes in the watering box, he said, look. You're great. I want you to take your time. I said, why did you hire me? Aside from the political cha-cha of it, right? He said, no, I like you. I don't agree with you half the time, but I think you're a decent person, and I think other people will think so too. I don't want you to change anything. I want you to know whom you're talking to. Understand your demographic. And do what your father does. Make your point. Make your point. But you have to know how to craft that point. And he said, you of all people need to be here so that you can understand how to craft your point to the broader American public. And I'm grateful to him for that. Because as I've been in the green rooms in New York and in Chicago, people will tell me, people who would turn the channel if they saw me, particularly if they found out my pedigree. You know what happens? They say, you know what, I didn't agree with you, but I appreciated your approach. I appreciated how you said it. And I bring that to us today because, as Reverend Jackson said more than 30 years ago, we're all right, and we're all correct, but our patches are not big enough. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. You're right, who I met on the elevator yesterday. You thought I didn't remember, did you? Gotcha. Everybody's right, but your patches are not big enough. We have to work together all the time in order to create the change that we need. Be very clear. For whatever privilege white women might think you have, you got the right to vote on the same day that I did. Because, right? Because black men and white men got together and got the vote, and boom, after we did all this fighting, what about me? Okay? So we all need each other, and we need to watch how we say what we say to each other. See, I'm progressively old-fashioned like my mother. I do believe that skirts can be too tight, they can be too short. Yes, and I believe that you need to speak to people a certain way. I really do. I think you need to get on the other side of what you say to someone, what you think about someone. I used to read tabloids when I was a child. I loved them. Oh my gosh. And you know what my mother said to me? You need to watch it, because one day you might end up in one. Right? She was right. Oh my gosh. But we need to watch our words. Tolerance, who wants to be tolerated? Do you want to be tolerated by him and you? No. Of course not. My beloved, I don't want my future husband, I know he's out there, or your partner. I know they're out there. Well, you've already got yours. Do you? Okay. You don't want anyone to come up to you and say, I tolerate you. I've waited a lifetime to... Oh. You never want to be called a non-essential worker, do you? I mean, the people who catch the early bus,
Right? Oh, I mean, it's funny until you got to get out in the snow, and that non-essential worker who's got the supervisor, who's got the other supervisor, who's got management, who's got the owner on their back. They're non-essential until they don't want to be paid because I got to save money, right? I know my time's up. I'm coming. But, you know, we need to watch collateral damage. I have a dream, not a drone. Collateral damage, those are dead people. I mean, so we've got to watch how we say, what we say, what we think is, guess what? One day south becomes north, north becomes east. It just depends upon where you're standing. If you keep on living, just keep on living. So we've got to come together. I mean, I work on Fox. I'm in that house, and you know what? I'm glad to be there. But I have been in enough editorial boardrooms. When you see pictures of Reverend Jackson down through the years, you always see his children with him. And it didn't just start during the presidential campaigns. I couldn't believe that people hadn't figured out that he didn't have all these kids. Because we were always everywhere. If you just Google us, you see him somewhere, he's got a kid with him. But he took us because he wanted to teach us. He took us into the editorial boardrooms. He took us to the Phil Donahue show when he did it, or ABC, or Ted Koppel, or whatever it has been. Because he wanted us to see that media is just that. It's media. Fox is no more, no worse, no than. I'm not here to preach for them. I'm saying we've got to mature in our discussions and in the fight. See, I'm from a family. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. But as you mature, you realize that you can choose to be friends with your family. And that's what we need to do as women, as human beings. We women have to come together. We have to come together with our men. We have to come together with our LGBT brothers and sisters. We have to come together with everybody because it's only when we come together that we win. That's the beauty of your story. 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 Globalization, what, please? That's everybody going to everybody else's country and getting their resources. Absolutely.
That's right.
We all ought to be fired up about that. More than 90 million Americans are out of work. Now, you can read that on a right-wing website, but you know what? It takes two wings to fly, and it takes tension to keep it aloft. Be clear. Get the information, and let's batten down the hatches, and let's fight for real change. And not just some nebulous form of change. I mean change that will give us a livable wage. Change that will give us an ERA. The Equal Rights Amendment. We need that, and we need it now. In all 50 states, we need equal access to a public education for every American child. We need that. Privatize the schools if you want to. But let me tell you something. I'm a graduate of a public high school in Chicago, and the intention of that school, oh, wait a minute, I was a merit scholar too. Put that on the record. It is possible. And I didn't have a choice. And it can be done if you have the intention to make America the idea, America the ideal, what America is really supposed to be. Oh, let America be America again. Let it be what it's supposed to be. And let it be that for each and every one of us. Thank you, and God bless you.
What a You've heard all of these wonderful expressions of people talking about where they're coming from, that to share information with us so we get a larger picture of our responsibilities in our relationships. Yes. So I want to thank you all, and I was a guest at your father's Rainbow Coalition many times. So family. And I appreciate your family so much. But thank you for all the things that you've shared with us, and we'll take them with us to our working sessions.
Yes, exactly. Thank you all so much. This has really, really been wonderful. Now, just a quick note. We are now on lunch break. All right, welcome everybody to the 12:30, and although it's almost 12:45, session of the NOW conference. I'm so pleased to have you here, and I'm so excited to introduce this plenary panel. This is a group of women who are leaders in their organizations, who are working and doing the hard, heavy lift every day in grassroots activism, in advocacy, and in research. I think you're going to find some really wonderful, wonderful information here. This is your opportunity to learn what these women are doing and how you can plug in to what they're doing. So what I'm going to do, because I don't want to take up too much time, I really want to hear from our panelists. I'm going to introduce everyone all at once, and then I'm going to sit down and be quiet and listen while they give their remarks. There's going to be remarks of maybe 5 to 8 minutes, something like that, and then hopefully we will have time at the end for Q&A from the audience. All right. So first I want to introduce, in fact, I'm going to introduce people in order in which they are seated, which means Dara Richardson Herron is the CEO of the YWCA USA. The YW is one of the nation's oldest and largest multicultural organizations dedicated to eliminating racism, empowering women, and advocating for women's economic advancement, racial justice, and health equity. Dara oversees the YW's national operations and leads the development and implementation of innovation for the 229 local associations, all of which offer community-based services in over 1,300 locations nationwide. The organization is also the largest provider of domestic violence services and women's shelters in the nation, serving 500,000 women and children every year. In 2013, Dara was named one of the 21 leaders for the 21st century by Women's E-News, and she was also listed on the nonprofit Times Power and Influence Top 50 list. Next is Pramila Jayapal, a friend of mine and the chair of We Belong Together, Immigrant Women's Campaign for Common Sense Immigration Reform. Pramila is a leading national advocate for immigrant, civil, and human rights. And may I say parenthetically, Pramila and I were arrested together last September as we stopped traffic on Capitol Hill, demanding that Congress pass comprehensive immigration reform that respects the rights and needs of immigrant women in this country. And that's long overdue. And it was an amazing experience for me, and Pramila was the one, as the chair of We Belong Together, she pulled it off. It was just really amazing. Pramila, in May 2013, Pramila was recognized by President Barack Obama as White House Champion of Change. She is also running for State Senate in Washington State. And if elected, she will be the only woman of color in the state Senate, so we need to get her elected. She has been endorsed by Washington State PAC, Washington Now PAC, and we want to get her elected. Yes. Next up, Martha Burke, also a dear friend, and she is a former chair of the National Council of Women's Organizations. She is also the co-founder of the Center for Advancement of Public Policy. She is a regular contributor to Ms. Mag. She's the money editor of Ms. Magazine, and she is a syndicated newspaper columnist and frequent blogger for Huffington Post. Right now, Martha's most recent book is called Your Voice, Your Vote: The Savvy Women's Guide to Power, Politics, and the Change We Need. Now, Martha has to leave right at 2 o'clock to go catch a plane, but she will be outside for a few minutes after the end of this plenary session to sign books if anyone wants to get their book signed. Next up, Nancy Lopez is Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of New Mexico. She has co-founded and currently directs the Institute for the Study of Race and Social Justice, which is housed at the RWJF Center for Health Policy at University of New Mexico. Dr. Lopez co-edited a volume entitled Mapping Race: Critical Approaches to Health Disparities Research, Another book of hers, Hopeful Girls, Troubled Boys, Race and Gender Disparity in Urban Education, focuses on Dominicans, West Indians, and Haitians to explain why girls are succeeding at higher rates than boys in school. In 1987, she graduated from Washington Irving High School, the largest public vocational high school for girls. And finally, Annie Hill, who is the Secretary-Treasurer of the Communication Workers of America. She was elected in July of 2011, and I believe she was the first woman elected to that position second woman elected to that position in communication workers. She works to advance the membership's top priorities and initiatives. She has been a leader in CWA for many years. Most recently, Annie served for 3 years as Vice President for District 7, representing workers in 14 states. As Vice President Hill, Annie bargained critical contracts for members at Quest Communications and put in place new structures in the district to better represent members there. She's also a member of the Executive Board Committee on Diversity in CWA, which was created to help give persons of color, women, and local union leaders a greater voice in the Executive Board Committee. So welcome to everyone on the panel. And with that, I'm going to ask Dara to start us off.
Thank you so much, Terry, and really thank you for your tremendous leadership and vision. We're also very fortunate to have you as one of the key leaders in our movement, and not only you're an exceptional leader, you're an exceptional role model for me and many others, so thank you for all that you do. You know, it's truly an extra special honor for me to be here today with my sisters in the movement because it's because of the tireless efforts of all of us that we've achieved so much in the fight for women's equity on all levels. And I think we would all agree, though, that we have a lot of work to do. And as I think about our incredibly important work, I'm reminded of a word that guides each of our lives and our work daily, and that word is mission. And mission is defined as any important task or duty that is assigned, allotted, or self-imposed, an important goal or purpose that is accompanied by strong conviction, a calling, or vocation. And you know, a mission is much more than just words on a piece of paper. A mission is how we live the values of our organizations, how we put into action what we believe in, and also how we live our own personal values or our calling. And we've all seen mission statements. They're typically very clear, concise, and action-oriented. And while mission statements may include what we do, they typically focus on the why, the reasons why our organizations exist. And so as I was preparing my remarks, I decided to review a few of the mission statements from a couple of the organizations represented here today. And sure enough, each of these mission statements I found clearly indicate the why. I mean, for example, National Organization of Women. National Organization for Women exists to take action to bring about equality for all women. Americans for Indian Opportunity exists to advance from an indigenous worldview the cultural, political, and economic lives of indigenous peoples in the United States and around the world, end quote. And certainly a mission that I saw that I thought was really terrific, it was at the YWCA. And that one is to eliminate racism, empower women, and promote peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. I really like that one. And you know, I'm fully aware that our topic today is economic justice, but from where I sit, it's a challenge for me to isolate economic justice because I'm painfully aware, as many of you are, that we all serve many women who face tremendous challenges based on the combined negative impacts of gender, race, and economic injustice. And I think that's why our wise foremothers at the YWCA coined our mission to include two major tenets, the elimination of racism and the empowerment of women, because they knew that in order to successfully break down the many societal and institutional barriers impacting the lives of women, we'd have to tackle both of these simultaneously. So just indulge me for a few moments while I talk about the elimination of racism. Why does the YWCA focus on the elimination of racism? But I just want to give you a definition of racism that I saw at exhibit at the Carnegie Museum, a race exhibit. And it was a definition by the American Anthropological Association, and it defines racism, and I quote, as the use of race to establish and justify a societal or social hierarchy and system of power that privileges, preferences, or advances certain individuals or groups of people, usually at the expense of others, end quote. Now, while we're all keenly aware that race is an artificial construct, we also know that very unfortunately, one's skin color and or one's perceived race does matter, because there's a wealth of data to support the fact that discrimination, racial and economic injustice and inequity based upon racial groupings definitely exist. So we simply cannot talk about economic injustice without considering the impacts of race. So I just want to figuratively put that big elephant right into the room. So now I'll just shift gears and get into the heart of our panel discussion topic and talk about the second major tenet of the YWCA mission, and that's the empowerment of women. And we talk about the empowerment of women in all areas, but first and foremost, we think about it economically. So at the YWCA, why do we focus on this? Well, let's face it. Women are clearly not treated as equal to their male counterparts in the world. And although there are plenty empowered women right here, and we have plenty solid data that makes it clear that women are extraordinary. Men, we love you, but women are extraordinary. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause, because we really are. And, you know, we're out there fighting on the front lines every day for demands and demanding economic equality, but I'll submit to you that there's plenty of data to support the fact that many women are not empowered, and economic justice, particularly for women, it's just not there. And this is all the more alarming because, as some of our speakers said earlier this morning, many more women are in the workforce, and women's income is not simply supplemental as it was many years ago. In fact, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 40% of women are now the sole or the primary source of income for their household. And there was another study that revealed that women are the breadwinners or co-breadwinners in nearly 2/3 of American families. So think about it. Women continue to play vitally important roles in today's society, as we always have. Women of every race, age, and ethnicity and across the nation are working every day just to make ends meet, and they're often struggling because of economic injustice and inequality that is robbing all of us of our chance to achieve the American dream that we all hold so dear. So you don't have to take my word for it. I'm just going to give you a few examples. Women make up 2/3 of all workers who are paid minimum wage or less in 2012, and women of color are disproportionately in that number. According to the Shriver Report, 1 in 3 adult women are living in poverty or on the brink of poverty. In the U.S., women are getting more high school and college degrees than men, and despite laws guaranteeing equal pay for equal work, women are still paid 77 cents, and that's, as we heard earlier, much lower for women of color. Why do we as a nation place so little value on the people who take care of our children and our elderly parents and loved ones? You know, the arguments are that the reason why those numbers are low is because many of those women are deciding to segregate themselves into the care field. What's wrong with the caring field? We all need that. That's a head scratcher. And to make matters even worse, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, half of all women work in relatively low-paid jobs without pensions, and women retirees who do receive a pension average only half that of what men get. But the wage gap, let us be clear, that's not just for low-wage earners. There's no industry sector in which women's earnings equal those of men, according to a 2011 study. And according to the National Partnership for Women and Families, the current wage gap has improved at a rate of less than ½ cent per year since 1963. So at that rate, we won't have pay equity until 2053. You know what? We literally cannot afford to wait for that. And you know, I'm getting my my 2-minute mark, but if we're going to talk about economic insecurity and economic injustice, I just have to mention the incredibly unjust Ryan budget that significantly threatens the crumbling safety net that was designed to support women. And let me not forget about the sequester, the horrific impacts of that. You know, we at the YWCA, we have a unique approach to breaking down these barriers. We provide education and leadership training opportunities, job training. Our goal is when women come through our doors, we welcome them with open arms and we prepare them to face this unfair world. And while we're preparing them for the unfair world and giving them all the tools they need, we're simultaneously advocating on Capitol Hill to make sure that there are policies and legislative initiatives to protect them. That's our competitive advantage, strong advocacy informed by direct services. And this kind of work, as many of you know, is not new to the YWCA. One of our earlier panelists talked about now being the greatest organization. We think you're great, but we were there before you. But the reality is this. All of us are on the front lines in this battle. Despite our frustration and disappointment, we need to be eternal optimists. And if you can't be an eternal optimist, you got to get off the battlefield, because we have an important role to play. And frankly, and we have a personal responsibility to make sure that we have the right people on the team to help us cure the potentially deadly social ills of our society. Many of you know that I'm a physician, so you'll understand my analogy. Like high blood pressure, discrimination of any kind, inequality and economic injustice are silent killers. We may not always feel, see, or experience their symptoms in our everyday lives, but every moment they exist, they are damaging us as individuals, destroying our communities, our institutions, and our country. So all I will say is, as I close before the hook comes, our collective success will undoubtedly enhance, transform, and even save lives of millions of women, girls, and families, and even a few good men who are depending on each of us to make their world a better place. And we need to work together to create a movement that is so strong that if something hurts one of us, we will all speak out and stand in solidarity. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I want to, first of all, yes, thank you. I haven't even said anything yet, but I want to first just say what an incredible, wonderful privilege it is to be here with you. And the leadership of NOW is in fantastic hands with Terry O'Neill, not just because, yes, I did get arrested with her, and she did not say that it was her first time getting arrested, and she chose the issue of immigration reform to get arrested with 120 women from around the country in front of the, in that intersection right there. But really, I don't know of many other women leaders who can tie the issues together in such compelling ways and bring it home to us. And we know that women do not exist in silos. We do not think about ourselves in issue silos. We think about ourselves in wholes, and Terry O'Neill is helping us to get there. So thank you so much, Terry. So I have so much to say in so little time, but I'm going to start by just talking about the We Belong Together campaign. And it is a national campaign that is co-anchored by the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. And Miriam Young, the incredible executive director of NAPOF, is here as well with us. And it's really a campaign designed to have us think about that intersectionality in a different way, right? So be honest and tell me how many of you think about immigration reform as a women's issue? Oh, I love you. But that's not usually what happens. But NOW was one of the first organizations to take a position on immigration reform, so I'm not surprised. But we've had to do a lot of work over the last couple of years to get people to really think about this as one of the top, as Gloria Steinem said, one of the top issues facing women in this country, one of the top issues we have to address if we're going to address women's equality. And I want to talk about economic security because that's the topic of this panel. We all know that race and ethnicity are key determining factors in a woman's well-being. And within that, immigration status is an incredibly huge part of how economic security is really defined for women. And so I wanted to just quickly say that, you know, when we think about why immigration is a women's issue, why it's an economic security issue, I think of a few things. First of all, 3/4 of all immigrants to this country are women and children. And that is a remarkable statistic when you think about it. But not only that, undocumented women who we know are earning sometimes the least amount of money, existing in those jobs, those minimum wage jobs. You've already heard many times, 3/4 of all minimum wage jobs and tipped jobs in this country held by women and disproportionately affect women of color. Undocumented women have some of the hardest struggles there because they don't have even the protections of immigration status. And about 51% of all undocumented immigrants are women. And yet, when you see women portrayed in the media, you either see, well, you either don't see them, you either see men coming across, scary-looking men coming across the border, or you see women portrayed as victims. And I want to say that our belief at the We Belong Together campaign is that women are incredibly strong, resilient contributors who face tremendous challenges as they come across the border, as they allow their children to leave and make dangerous journeys across the border, as they struggle in these in many of our care professions without protections, worker protections, but they are contributors. And we have to remember to always lift women up as the resilient contributors that we are. So we know that out of those undocumented women, a lot of people don't think about this, but all of the previous immigration reform bills that had been moved forward would have left out all of these women, many of these undocumented women, because they required proof of work as one of the conditions to get legal status. Well, guess what? 60% of undocumented women work outside of the home in industries that do not provide pay stubs that you can turn in to show that you've been working, and 40% of them are at home taking care of families, a critical piece of work for this country to do all the other work that needs to be done. And so by working with Senator Mazie Hirono, Senator Patty Murray, a number of other women in the U.S. Senate, we were able to get, with this incredible coalition, including the YWCA, National Now, and a whole bunch of others, we were able to get some provisions into the Senate immigration bill that would not perpetuate the struggles of undocumented women, even as we push further for reform. Similarly, I don't know how many people know this, but only 27% of all employment visas in this country go to women. Only 27%. What does that mean? It means that women are actually having to go to the family-based system to get their entry into the United States. That family-based system has about 4.5 million people sitting in a backlog that sometimes takes up to 20 years to be reunited with your family. So these are some of the many issues for why immigration reform is a women's issue, how we look at it with a gender lens, and how we desperately need every single one of you to be involved in organizing in your communities. Because I'll tell you what, if politics is the art of the possible, then it is our job as activists to push the limits of what's possible and to make it absolutely necessary to pass an immigration bill that is fair and just and humane to women. I've got 1 minute left, so I'm going to switch focus and say that I'm very proud to be from Seattle, where we just passed a $15 minimum wage. And we are going to lift 100,000 workers out of poverty up to $15, and that is going to put about $2.9 billion into the pockets of low-wage workers over the next 10 years. That is an enormous transfer of wealth, and we believe it is going to benefit people of color and women most dramatically, and I hope that all of you take that back to your states, back to your cities, and use it as leverage to continue your fights to raise the minimum wage, because I think that is absolutely essential. And then the last thing I'm going to say, because I'm getting my time's up signal, is I'm an activist. I've been an activist for 20 years. Why in the hell am I running for the state senate? Because we need more activists in elected office. And there was a picture circulating last year that just got my goat, because all of the people making the decisions in our state legislature in Washington state, all of the people sitting around the table on the Appropriations, Ways and Means, and Budget committees, all men, Caucasian men, most older, no women, and no people of color. And I intend to go to the state senate, bring a lot of other women with me, hopefully along the way, and hopefully begin to address the deep inequalities that exist for women and for people of color by being in the state Senate. And I hope that you all will consider running and bringing other women into that race. And I can't wait to talk more. Thank you.
Wow. How many of you will think about running after that? Thank you so much. It is my honor to be here today with my longtime friend, Terry O'Neill. We both had the same job at a point in our past with the National Council of Women's Organizations. We've been together in the fight for more years than I'd like to count. And when another 35 or so years go by, maybe we won't have any need to come together and do this. Wouldn't that be nice? We could celebrate instead of struggle. But today we are still struggling, as we know, and the feminist majority, just as a footnote about women running, they did the math. And they said at the rate we're moving now, it's going to be 300 more years before we reach parity in the United States Congress. That's not good enough. But that's not what I'm here to talk about, pay equity, because we are here as a group to talk about broadening the movement, intersectionality, how to bring everyone, lift everyone, and make it meaningful. One of the ways we certainly can do that is with the issue of pay equity. Now, most of you probably know that very recently, President Obama signed an executive order that contractors now have to report to the Department of Labor what they're paying women and what they're paying men. I am very proud to say that in New Mexico, we did it first. In 2008, I went to work for Bill Richardson, who was at that time the governor of New Mexico. Some of you may remember him, and he briefly ran for president. So I was running his campaign, the women's issues part of it, and when I went to work for him, he called me in, and he was kind of a big, gruff guy, and he said, "Okay, what do you want?" And I said, "Okay, I'll let you know." So when we dropped out of the presidential, I went in and I said, "I want to tell you what I want. I want to be your senior advisor for women's issues, and I want to do a pay equity project." He said, "Okay, let's pass a bill." And I said, "Okay, let's not." The advocates in this state, and I want to thank each and every one of you, AAUW, the Y, National Organization for Women, League of Women Voters, NARAL, and PLAMP, everybody worked on pay equity and had been for years. And I said, you can't get a bill out of committee, much less get it passed. What are we going to do? I said, an executive order. So I have 5 minutes to explain 2 years of work, but because that's how long it took us to get things in place, but we did it. And we were the first state in the United States to put in an executive order that said, if you want a contract with the state of New Mexico, you will give us a report on how you pay women and how you pay men as a condition of contracting. Now, as you might imagine, some people didn't like this very much. So we did some Q&A facts that we put on the website. And by the way, you can do this. I mean, we now have the template. We have the technical expertise. Everything we did over that 2-year period is now publicly available on the State of New Mexico website. So if you want to know more about that and how you can get the ball rolling in your area, even a city, because now Albuquerque has become the first city in the nation to put in a requirement for contracting. And the city council passed it, the mayor signed it, he's a Republican, by the way, And so we are now rolling on the First City initiative, so it can be done. But anyway, a lot of people didn't like it, so we did a little, frequently asked questions. And one of the frequently asked questions was, does every business in the state of New Mexico have to comply with this order? That was the question. Answer, no. Only if you want a contract with the state. After all, it's our tax dollars, right? It's our tax dollars. So the key words are transparency and accountability. We had a lot of work that had to be done. We had to have a task force to sort of guide the effort. We did that with business people, the Commission on the Status of Women, which, by the way, our new Republican governor defunded. But at the time, they were very active and very good. So we had business, we had payroll people, we had cabinet members. And that's something that you really have to do an initiative like this. You got to have the guy or gal at the top behind it. Because as the director of the project, if I ran into a stumbling block, I just went to the gov and I said, I need you to call Secretary of the Treasury, because he's not cooperating, and that would be the end of that. So it takes all of that. It takes advocates. It takes grassroots to be pushing behind it, because if they're not hearing from people like you in the audience that we need something, believe me, they're not going to do it, because they have too many priorities. So just to tell you, it can be done. It starts with activism. It bubbles up. You get their attention. Finally, when the critical time comes, you are ready, they are ready, and it can be done. So after we did it, we went to Washington at the invitation of the Department of Labor and the National Academies of Science, and we talked about how we did it, when we did it, and sort of the nuts and bolts. And I really wish I had about 3 hours to go into it with you. I don't. But I will be out front. I've only got 1 minute. And I will be out front afterward. As Terry says, I have books. I'd love to sign one for you. But even whatever time it takes, I will give you websites and I will give you where you can find more information, because believe me, you can do it. My time's up, but our time is not up for pay equity. We got to narrow that pay gap, and this is one way to do it. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, familia, y gracias a la presidenta Terry O'Neill por la invitación. Good afternoon, family, and thank you, and thank President Terry O'Neill for this wonderful invitation and this wonderful dialogue. I wanted to begin by inviting you to a dialogue and some self-reflection by having you think about the following question. In your opinion, what is race? What is ethnicity? What is gender? What is social class? What is sexual orientation? And think about how your own lived experiences with these concepts have shaped your understandings of these terms, your academic training. Consider how these understandings connect to your own work, whether it's in policy, whether it's in research, whether it's in your organizing or practice of any kind. And also, think about what's the value added about disaggregating data by all of these axes and systems of difference and oppression. What value does intersectionality, or the understanding that in order to eradicate oppression, we have to be conscious of how all of these systems of oppression are simultaneously linked. I also wanted to start with 2 quotes from one of my favorite inspirations, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who, like me, was born and bred in New York City, daughter of immigrants, in this case Dominican, and raised in public housing in New York City. I want to quote the one that you probably have heard most often. And she says, "I would hope that a wise Latina woman with the richness of her experiences would more often than not reach a better conclusion than a white man who hasn't lived that life." And I want you to reflect on what she's saying race means there. What does gender mean there? The second quote you probably haven't heard as much, but it was part of her dissent, her vociferous dissent in the recent Supreme Court ruling that dismantled race-sensitive affirmative action across the country when it upheld the voter-initiated ban against affirmative action in higher ed in Michigan. And she says, "The way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to speak openly and candidly on the subject of race and to apply the Constitution with eyes open to the unfortunate effects of centuries of racial discrimination." Again, I want you to consider, what is she implying race is? There's something about context, right? There's something about the institutionalization of race. And this is incredibly important because she turns the John Roberts' original quote, which basically said the way to stop discriminating on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race, to dismantle, again, affirmative action and any anti-oppressive legislation in the country. So these are incredibly important quotes because, again, it pays homage to the understanding that race is not just an identity that's decontextualized. It has something to do with lived experience. It has something to do with the connection to gender, and it also has something to do with institutional arrangements and practices, and including Supreme Court rulings. So I wanted to start, I think these are incredibly important things because the mission of the institute that I co-founded with my colleague who's now at UCLA, Laura Gomez, is called the Institute for the Study of Race and Social Justice, and we intentionally placed the word race in quotes to call attention to the myth of racist biology. And that this is incredibly important because if we don't have clarity about what race means, then how are we going to interact with these systems? Race should be considered as a multi-dimensional social construction that includes things like your identity but also lived experience. And for any of you who are interested in looking at health disparity in particular, you'll find that a lot of studies show when you ask people how do other people classify you, that is a much more important predictor of how you're going to be treated when you show up to look for an apartment or when you're in an ER than just looking at self-identity alone. So those are all the kinds of things that the Institute is working on. And currently it is housed at the Robert Wood Johnson Center for Health Policy, but most likely will be housed at the College for Social Transformation that we're about to start at the University of New Mexico. So I'm interested in having you think about this question also. If we're interested in creating a more perfect union for all, our challenge is to examine how all of these systems of oppression are connected. This is very different than having an oppression-blind or color-blind understanding of race that often departs from the premise that since race is not biological, that we should avoid using the word race and instead use the nicer word ethnicity or culture or anything else but race. And this is incredibly problematic because colorblind, genderblind, and classblind and other ideologies that are ignoring the ongoing inequalities that we see in our society cannot advance economic justice or any kind of justice. For example, many Latin American countries don't even collect data on race. We still see racial stratification on all those different areas. So now I'd like to, in the last 2 minutes that remain, talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing both at the university, at the state level, and even at the national level to advance racial justice. First, I'll talk about the university. One of the things that we recently passed was a resolution in support of race-sensitive affirmative action in higher ed, and that was through the Diversity Council that we currently co-chair. A second thing that we've been working on is transforming the way hiring happens. And so our provost just sent a memo to all our hiring officials saying that every single job ad, whether it's staff or faculty, will include a preferred criteria that says demonstrate a commitment to equity and inclusion and student success and working with broadly diverse communities. So this, the devil's in the details, right? If this is part of the template that all job ads have to go through, then obviously it will be instituted. The other thing is having an equity liaison where we have that level of accountability. Is that preferred criteria really being considered? Is it actually being used in an efficient way? The last two resolutions that we're working on include equity-based accountability in terms of things like funding, graduate admissions, and all of these other things that universities are involved in, as well as working with the Albuquerque Police Department and all of the crises that I'm sure you've heard have made the national news. So how can we orient ourselves towards solutions-oriented policies? The second level that we're working at is data harmonization. So recently submitted an NIH proposal entitled Establishing Pathways from Harmonized Race, Class, and Gender Data to Effective Health Policy. And the idea is that too often we're looking at these things separately instead of looking at them together. And for instance, our state funding formula assumes that Pell status, which is a proxy for class income, is a proxy for race. It isn't. If you disaggregate the data, you'll see that there's still race gaps within class, whether you're at the high income and the low income group. It's almost like saying class is a proxy for gender. It isn't. So we need to look at all of these things separately and together to advance social justice. Anyone here could be Hispanic. It tells you nothing about what their racial status is, their social status in terms of how they may be seen when they try to get a cab or when they're accessing healthcare and so forth. So it's interesting that the Census Bureau actually conducted an alternative questionnaire experiment where they did exactly that. And what they found is that they lost detail on the specific national origin of Hispanics. Like less people have said, I'm Nicaragüense or Costarricense or Dominicana. But they did solve the so-called problem of 37% of Hispanics identifying as some other race. The truth is that this is an empirical puzzle that needs to be investigated. Why is it that the census is not doing any testing of questionnaire formats that actually tie these identities to social outcomes like residential segregation, like voting rights, like employment, differences in wages? So a lot of this work that's being done on pay equity, I wonder if Hispanics are just lumped together, if there's any exploration of whether or not there's differences for Hispanics who may identify as white, as black as I do, or as some other race. So those are all important things when we're thinking about intersectionality, applying that to Hispanics. And then I'll conclude, I think we need to be very aware of color blindness or oppression blindness where we see it, and that we need to be very vocal about attempts to erase race, that we also need to have analytical rigor, that we cannot, without justification, assume that ethnicity or cultural background or national origin or ancestry is a measure of race, which is actually analytically different, and that we have to map the margins, that oftentimes it's very simple to lump everyone together without, to produce policy that's only addressing gender, only addressing race, only addressing class, but seldom do we look at those things together. So, as Kimberly Crenshaw's famous article said, we need to map the margins in order to advance social justice. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
So we started late, and I'm last, so I think she's going to hold up that time's up sign. So good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It's great to be here with you. I'd like to start out by paying homage to the veterans in the room that were here at the very beginning of the struggle for women's rights. It's great to see all of you here. So, and I'd also like to thank Terry O'Neill. I met Terry because she's part of a democracy initiative that our union is involved in, along with other progressive organizations. So there's been many people, almost everyone that spoke, that has talked about whether you call it movement building or coalition building or intersectionality, that we have to figure out how to come together. Not one organization has all the answers. And so to sort of cut to the chase, I think we just have to all sort of get over ourselves and recognize that we're not going to agree on every single thing, but that doesn't mean that we can't figure out how to work together. Because the bottom line is if we don't do that, we're going to lose, and we can't afford to lose. So I work for a labor union. I've been a union member for over 40 years now. So how many people in this room have either belonged to a union now or have been in a union? Oh, so quite a few. So how many people in the room, whether you were a union member or not, believe that unions bring value? Okay, so quite a few. That's good. I like this group. Not everyone believes that. So I want to brag about our union a little bit, especially around diversity, because we weren't always that way. In fact, I have a picture in my room, in my office, that shows the old CWA executive board about 25 years ago. And no offense to any of the men in the room, but there's about 20 of them, and they're all old and white. You know, I call it like I see it. So in the 80s, we created both a Civil Rights and Equity Committee at a national level and a Women's Committee at a national level. And through that, there was a lot of work done, and what we saw is a lot of change at the local level. And so we really started to reflect and look more like what our membership looked like, which was a great thing. And half of our union, in fact, over half of our union is women leaders. But we weren't seeing that change at the executive board level. Some change, a few women, one black person, but we have over 20 people on our board, so we had a ways to go. So we did create a diversity committee out of a resolution from our convention. I was fortunate enough to support on that. And sometimes you have to, if you might excuse the expression, kick diversity in the ass. And that's what we had to do. We had to push the envelope and push it to happen. And so what we ended up doing is adding 4 at-large diversity members to our executive board. So not only were they diverse, but they also came out of local unions. And with that, we have a woman LBGT person, an Hispanic person, and 2 black, 1 female, and 1 male. And they've been on our board for a while. But in addition to that, that started sort of an evolution or a revolution. And so now our board even looks much more diverse. In fact, our board is structured 2 ways. We have both districts and we have merger partners. And in our districts, which have been around the longest, of which there's 7, for the first time ever, 4 of the members are women, 2 black, 1 Hispanic, 1 white, and the other 2 are white males. And we have a black male also. So we've come a long way. We still have a ways to go. And I believe that if we don't keep fighting, we're going to lose the things that we gained. And I think we're seeing that today, whether it's in women's rights or civil rights. It's why we're having to deal in this country that was founded on democracy, voter suppression, and our voting rights taken away. I mean, it's disgraceful. So, you know, why am I here as a union member? Well, we share a lot of the same values and work that NOW does. We believe in economic justice. We fight against domestic violence. We believe in diversity. We believe in equal pay for equal work. So what I wanted to do is share, and we talked just a little bit, and I want to share some facts. And you have a couple fact sheets, and I'm going to talk just briefly on both of them. So one of them, when we talk about pay equity, for people that have a union contract, you don't have to worry about pay equity because there's a contract and there's wages. And people that perform the same way the job, regardless of their gender, receive the same pay. And so what you'll see, I just want to talk about a couple facts really quickly. So female union members who work full-time typically make $898 per week, or almost a third more than female non-union members who make $676 a week. Imagine what a difference that would make for someone trying to support their family. The premium women see from unionization is equivalent to a pay increase from a year of college. So why is this? Well, number 1, we have a contract. Number 2, if you don't have a contract, women are much less likely to go and ask for a raise or to tout themselves. CBAs are very transparent. People know what other people make. It's not a secret. I mean, we heard about this when Obama first got elected. One of the first things he did was the Lilly Ledbetter Act, because it took her years to figure out she was doing the same work men were and getting different pay. But it doesn't stop at wages. It also goes over to benefits. So the total union benefits premium is $9.34 per hour, 114% more. So, women make the same wages as men that are doing the same work. They have better health care. And there's more detail that I won't have time to go through. But please read it. So if we want pay equity, there's a great answer. Join a union. One other just very quick thing that we're really working on, and how many have heard of the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership? Okay, this is very bad. You thought NAFTA was bad? This is like NAFTA on steroids. And so sometimes we don't think of trade deals as impacting women, but a lot of the work that is now getting offshored, it used to be we think about, manufacturing. It goes way beyond that anymore. And a lot of the work is work that women do. And so the deal that's on the table now, which is a big secret, not everyone can see it, is the worst one. Not only do we have to compete with places like Vietnam if this goes through, where the average wage, minimum wage, the maximum wage is 27 cents an hour, but they have awful human rights records. So if I might leave with just one thing, a call to action and a challenge to each of you to call your members of Congress and ask them to not support the TPP. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. I think we might have time for a few questions from the audience, but before we do, it is my great pleasure to announce that the board created a new award that is to be given out, not necessarily every year. Now awards are not given necessarily every year. This is the Olga Vivas Award. And if I could ask Miriam Young to come up on the stage. Thank you. The Olga Vivas Award, this year it is being awarded to Miriam, and I'm going to talk about Miriam in just a moment, and to Pramila Jayapal. But first I want to tell you a little bit about the background of this award. The award is named in honor of former Executive Vice President of NOW, Olga Vivas. She was a proud immigrant, single mom, out lesbian, Latina. And if I may say so, a wise Latina. And Olga she devoted her life, really, to the promotion of the issues that are at the core of NOW's reason for being in the world. Olga was a valiant fighter for social justice, for lifting up women from all communities, and it is in honor of the decades of work that she spent in NOW and working at the community level, at the state level, at the national board, and ultimately as a national NOW officer. It's in her honor that we will give this Olga Vivas Award to a person or persons who have made enormous contributions to the status of immigrant women, of women of color, and of women struggling from many different kinds of communities. This year, the inaugural Olga Vivas Award, I am so proud to say, goes to Miriam Young and Pramila Jayapal. And you have already heard about Pramila, and you've already heard from Pramila. Tomorrow you're going to hear from Miriam. She'll be speaking on a plenary panel tomorrow. But I will just give you a little sneak preview. Miriam was one of the founders of the National Coalition on Immigrant Women's Rights. She worked with Olga at the very beginning to create that organization. And I'm going to leave the rest of it until tomorrow, but I just want to say to both of you, thank you so much for your extraordinary contributions, and congratulations on this award. We still have time, don't we? Well, oh, yes, my mic is on. Good. So unbelievably, it is not quite 1:45. We do have a couple of minutes for questions from the audience, and if I see a hand up, I will call on someone, but otherwise, I'm going to ask a question. So hands. Noreen. Noreen has a question, and we have another question. If you want to come forward to the first mic, let's start with Noreen, and then we'll have the second question. Yes, Noreen.
Okay, Noreen Connell from the New York City chapter of NOW. And I'd like to ask whomever wants to answer this, our problem in New York is enforcement of minimum wage laws, and also the backlog at the EEOC and the State Division for Human Rights. So everybody can feel good about raising the minimum wage, but if you're a real worker at minimum wage levels and you're getting paid $3 rather than $5, and then you finally win after 2 years, and then your employer goes bankrupt, so how would you work on a successful effort at enforcement?
I just can say what we're trying to do in Seattle, which is we're actually trying to create a different kind of enforcement structure that is not just about top-down enforcement, that's actually about organizing workers from the bottom up, because we have found when we pass paid sick days, which was amazing, but we still have a lot of violations in our paid sick days laws in Seattle, that what we really want to do is create a worker-led and worker-driven organization that helps organize and educate workers about their rights, so that you've got sort of both the enforcement coming in from the top, including random checks and all those kinds of things, which employers are deeply against, most of them, so it's going to be a continuing fight, but also then create an opportunity for workers to understand what their rights are and be able to be educated about how to move those forward. And I think you really need to have both ends of the spectrum.
Thank you. My name is Susan Turner, and here in New Mexico, I chair the Professional Women with Disabilities Network. And women with disabilities, white women, earn 44 cents on the dollar. Women of color with disabilities only earn 34 cents on the dollar. So I guess I'm asking, is that particular group, we cross all groups, and I'm wondering if that gets addressed when we talk about pay equity in women.
It doesn't get addressed enough. It does get addressed in municipal and state workforces. We were paying a lot of attention to that at the state level, but what we have found in pay equity work pretty much across the board is that public entities are more sensitive not only to race, ethnicity, but to disability than private employers. And I would say that for much of what we're talking about, the core of it, the core of enforcement, the core of being able, if you will, to do something about it, from the powers that be, cuts to the budget. And so what we have to do as activists is overturn the power in Congress, in our local and state structures. People like Paul Ryan have got to go along with his budget.
Yes.
I just wanted to follow up with the question about data and accountability. Is there a way to capture disability, and do they separate race and ethnic origin for understanding pay equity?
Race and ethnic origin was a problem for us in New Mexico for this reason. It is a voluntary disclosure on the part of the employee. And so what we found, our original plan was to capture all of that data, including disability, which we do have some data on that. But we had to completely redo our data collection at the state level for our state workforce. Because what we found is, and the example I always use is our state director of personnel was Anita Perez. She is not Hispanic, her husband is. And we also found that the data entry clerks were just guessing sometimes because they didn't know, so they would just put something in. So we did take the opportunity within the first phase of the initiative to update our data, but it is a problem in this state. I suspect it is probably in many other workforces.
Thank you. Geraldine Stapleton, Miracle Mile, now Los Angeles, California, and proud member of SAG-AFTRA Union. Yes, go Union. In Los Angeles, we've been able to organize the car washeros, and we now have 19 unionized. They're largely comprised of workers that are undocumented workers. They have been so severely subjected to wage theft. We have a wage theft problem going on right now to the tune of $26 million a week. Now, can you imagine if actually the people were receiving their teeny-weeny wages, all of it to begin with, how much better our economy would be and how much better they would be able to live themselves. So I think that this needs to get into the conversation also in terms of enforcement. We really need to do something about it. Thank you.
Can you hear me on this one? I just want to say very quickly, you have Ms. Magazine in your packet, and my money column in this issue is about wage theft.
And just really quickly, we also passed a wage theft ordinance in Seattle. We're actually trying to create a whole new labor standards division. That is what I was talking about, that would do both the bottom-up and top-down enforcement. But also, we've got to pass comprehensive immigration reform. I mean, it is stuck in the House because of Speaker Boehner and a small conservative minority of people that won't pass it. But now it looks like, it's going to be very difficult for for the House to pass immigration reform. Now we need to work on the president to take executive action and protect people across the country.
I think we have time for one last question.
Hi, my name's Suzanne Marks. I'm on the Georgia Now board, and I have a question essentially asking us if we can possibly think outside the box in terms of trying to achieve pay equity. I know we've been working at it through laws and contracts and whatnot that we can do, and those are certainly necessary, but I was wondering if we could possibly do some other things like, I come from the LGBT community as well, and one thing that the LGBT community does well, although we don't have equal rights or laws or anything protecting us yet, but one thing that we have done well is that the top Fortune 500 companies all have non-discrimination policies on LGBT rights. We've done this through actually competition among companies to be good on LGBT rights. And one thing that we did, one way that we did that was through, we have the Corporate Equality Index, which I think would be nice to have an analogy for pay equity index. But one way that we did that was by having conferences and meetings sponsored by companies. Now, I know this is anathema to now that is not sponsored by companies and doesn't want to do that. But to possibly rethink that, because what we want is to have companies compete to show that they support women's rights and pay equity. So what ways can we do this to change the culture to encourage pay equity?
Well, I think I just will say, first of all, your point's a good one, but there are organizations that are already doing that. So, for example, Carol Evans, who heads up Working Mother Media, she does a whole event that is about, acknowledging companies that are doing exactly what you're talking about. Another one, Lori Sokol in New York, she's a writer for the Huffington Post. She also has another one, it's more broad because it includes LGBTQI. So people are doing that. What we do with the YWCA, and it's also an alternative approach as well, we talk to children at the very early stages, women at the very early stages, and make them aware of their value so that they don't accept a job and don't negotiate for their pay. You really got to, so you got to attack it from all these different angles, but you also have to instill in women, you know, that they have to fight. I mean, we still have to fight for what we get. It's sad, but we still have to. And we instill that in young people so that they don't start off low, because once you start off low, then it's hard to catch up. So that's another approach. But I think in order to attack this awful issue, it's going to require so many different angles. But I think the one that you're talking about is already being done, and I just direct you to those two people, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think it's a hard one, right, to think outside the box. I think that it takes having transparency, and I think that's a big, bitter pill for corporations to swallow. They don't even want to talk about what their CEOs make, though they have a contract. The other thing is, I think that sometimes we talk about pay equity in a very general way. So I think there's two ways to look at it. There's sort of the Lilly Ledbetter example where she was performing the same work as men and getting paid less. But we also have a huge issue in this country where a lot of work that we would think of still as traditional women's work, and some of the panelists talked about that, isn't valued as highly as traditional men's work. So, you know, I think there's a couple of things that we can't just talk with a paintbrush about pay equity. We really have to dig deeper and figure out how to take on both those issues.
And if I could just add one other comment about data collection, just like with disability, we seldom collect that data. We seldom collect issues of gender identity or even sexual orientation, so we have no way of holding anyone accountable. So thinking about creative ways of creating structures of accountability.
It makes a difference who you vote for. George W. Bush did away with a lot of data that the Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor was collecting. And when you got people that don't want you to know, you're darn sure not going to find out.
That's right. So I want to thank everybody on the panel. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for being here. One thing I think that I come away from this panel really believing is we all have to have one another's back. We have to have one another's back. We have to embrace collective action on one another's behalf, on behalf of women who live in all different communities, in rural communities, in women with disability, women in different racial communities. We are all, I think, subjected to discrimination within a context that matters. So thank you all for all of your contributions, and we will continue working together.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us tonight for our plenary panel, Young Feminists at the Intersections. I'm your Vice President Membership, Chitra Punjabi, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here this evening. I'd like to take just a few moments to introduce our panel and thank you all for being here. And just a quick note, unfortunately, two of our panelists, Sandra Kim and Isha Pandit, were not able to join us tonight, but we still have these wonderful women joining us today, and I think we are going to have a great conversation. And so I'm really looking forward to our discussion. So tonight we're going to be talking about the ideas of intersectionality, online and offline feminist activism, and how we can continue to use both of those mediums to achieve our feminist goals, and encouraging young leadership in feminists in our various organizations and in NOW especially. So today with us we have Janae Ingram, Atima Omara, and Isha Punja. So first I'd like to introduce Janae. Janae is the acting National Executive Director of the National Action Network and oversees their action agenda and legislative advocacy work and works directly with the National Action Network's founder and president, Reverend Al Sharpton. In her role, she focuses on issues including criminal justice, education, housing, technology, economic development, healthcare, and especially this year, voting rights. Very important. Janae's been with the organization for over 2 years and has previously served as the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief and has been working on stand your ground issues, voter engagement,
and most recently the National Action to Realize the Dream Rally and March in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington. She's a recognized voice on politics and activism and has a regular column on Loop 21 and has a weekly segment on the syndicated radio show Keeping It Real with Reverend Al Sharpton, and also appears on media such as MSNBC, TV One, The Huffington Post, and thegrio.com. Thank you for joining us, Janae. Atima is a recognized leader and speaker on engaging youth, women, and people of color, and she's also the first African-American woman president of the National Young Democrats of America. And that's actually the first in YDA's 82-year history, so an incredible achievement, Atima. She oversees day-to-day operations, fundraising, strategic planning, and the organization has over 150,000 members and over 2,300 local chapters. And as president, she also sits on the DNC's executive committee and serves as the secretary of the DNC's Youth Council. She's worked for over a decade in Democratic and progressive politics and has worked on several federal, state, local campaigns, including then Governor Mark Warner's gubernatorial campaign in Virginia. Atima is also prolific with her writing, especially on Huffington Post, but also has columns and articles in Ms., RH Reality Check, Femme 2.0, and has contributed to the Shriver Report as well. I actually know Atima through my work with the Women's Information Network in DC, where she served as the advisory council. And of course, Atima has also been very involved with NOW as well, serving on the state board in Virginia now, and also was one of the founding members of the National Young Feminist Task Force. So Atima, thank you for joining us today. And it's my real pleasure to introduce probably one of the youngest NOW leaders that I know of, Isha Punja, who is the president of her NOW High School Club in Orange County. Isha just completed her junior year, right? That's correct. She just finished her finals yesterday, so she's a real trooper for being here. And she also works as a teen coordinator for the NOW Orange County High School Club, so she actually works to help facilitate other clubs, NOW High School clubs, get set up in the county, which is amazing. Thank you for your work there, Isha. Isha's a runner. She actually helped her school place 5th in the state championships. She's an honor student with a 3.9 GPA and has some really great plans to be a doctor or a lawyer. Yep, and she wants to inspire other young women to believe in themselves and dream big. So Isha, thank you for joining us today. You guys got your notes? All right, so we're going to start our discussion with a little bit of intersectionality and what that means to young feminists. You know, we've seen a lot about the discussion of intersectionality over the last couple of years, especially across social media and on blogs, as we've seen the advent of online feminism. And it's interesting to me that intersectionality sort of seems to be this natural place that a lot of young feminists come from when approaching their feminist activism. So, you know, let's start off and say, why is intersectionality important to you as an activist? Janae, do you want to?
Sure. I'll jump right in.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, I've written about intersectionality. I think it just is intrinsic almost, because for me specifically, I'm a black person, but I'm also a woman, and I'm equally those things. I'm neither more one than the other. So when I think about my rights and the issues that I face, I think about them sort of in a holistic perspective. It's not that I'm facing, you know, these. Sure. Up here? Okay. Mic lesson 101. But if I think about the challenges and the things that I want to see for my future, those things are coming from both perspectives. So I think that's why it's just something that is really intrinsic to who we are as women today.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think for me specifically, not only being a Black person and a woman, but also, you know, having two parents that are immigrants and very much growing up in that sort of household and how that shapes you, and knowing, you know, very much tying. I think we also sort of look to sort of understand ourselves as women from our mothers, and in you know, my case, you know, my mother was this immigrant, you know, this girl who grew up in a village in the 40s. And thought to herself that she wanted an education instead of getting married at 15, and talked my grandfather into you know, using her dowry to pay for her education. You know, she didn't, you know, if she would have read The Feminine Mystique, it wouldn't have made any sense to her.
Mhm.
But she knew very much that she deserved rights and an ability to have an education to choose her own life and not just to limit it to being a farmer's wife. So, you know, and her way of raising me was to make me understand sort of my options. And so, you know, I came to feminism very naturally because of that. But I think it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me until I started reading the works of, you know, Bell Hooks and Angela Davis and others, talking certainly about the struggles of reproductive justice, that it wasn't just about, you know, the right to choose, but sort of the right to raise a family the way you want to raise family, to give birth the way you choose to give birth, to be able to raise that family as healthily as possible. So, as an example. So, yeah.
I think that intersectionality, here.
Yeah, up there.
I think that intersectionality plays out a lot in high school. So as an Indian American, I feel like I face a couple more layers of prejudice than maybe just the average, like, you know, white girl at my school. So in the social kind of atmosphere at my school, I feel like it's a lot harder for Indians and Asian girls to kind of, like, for example, I'm a junior in high school this year, and I still haven't gotten like a prom date or a formal date, and I'm in so many different things. You know, I'm in cross country and track, and I'm in the club, and I meet a lot of different people in all of my different classes. But I still feel like maybe the average, like, kind of like blonde cheerleader might have more of a string of guys, you know, approaching her. So I feel like it's harder to gain acceptance and respect for maybe people of different ethnicities. And in terms of the sexism at my school, I think it's hard for girls to kind of gain respect from their male counterparts sometimes in some of the classes. Like in some of my classes, you know, I had one of my friends, actually, I was talking to him, and he was really surprised that I was taking AP Chemistry. He was like, oh, you're taking it? But, you know, like, you're a girl, like, you're taking this class, you know? So I still feel like there's a little bit of, like, maybe cultural racism and sexism at the high school level that still exists.
Thank you. So, it sounds like intersectionality is sort of core to who we are as people, and I think that we're hearing that in all of our respective backgrounds. So how does that drive our activism? How did that either influence your work, Janae, or bring you to where you are today and what you're doing with the National Action Network? Is that something you keep sort of at the forefront of your mind? How does it inform you on a daily basis?
I definitely think it informs me. I know as soon as I came in, I immediately, and I wasn't even, I was new and sort of looking at the work that we were doing and felt like there wasn't as much focus on women's issues, which to me was a huge issue. Mm-hmm. Because how can we be fighting for civil rights and not thinking about just, and obviously it's coming from me and my personal experience because I'm a woman. I'm like, well, we need civil rights, but we also need women's rights. Why don't we have both? So there is that sort of, perspective for me personally that goes into my work of thinking about how do we achieve rights on both fronts, mm-hmm. and not necessarily thinking about them as separate things, but almost thinking about it as a joint sort of working in tandem.
Mm-hmm. I think certainly my work and how it sort of applies to me, I think I'll speak very much in the mindset of being sort of a president of Young Dems. I get to deal with guys in what I do. it's interesting because there's the job of, empowering other young women leaders to get more involved in politics and the political process because, from our ranks, historically, Jim Clyburn was a South Carolina young Dem. He became best friends, actually, with Steny Hoyer when he was involved in Maryland at the same time at the Young Dems. So a lot of Democratic leaders have come from our ranks and have gone to Congress and have become governors and such. And so I really view it as a way to get more young women politically involved and a way to sort of educate our young men. And I realize that's very much just part and parcel of my role because, it's people do notice. Like I go to events like this, and a lot of more African American women are more interested in being engaged in politics, so they see me on the stage talking about being involved in politics. And so I have to think about intersectionality when I think about recruiting. And there was this great poll, I think Ms. did it, or maybe Feminist Majority, where they identified that the largest population of women polled across the generations that identified as feminists were 61% women 18 to 30, which is great news.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So you have that. You've got a millennial generation that about like 1 in, I think, 6 or so are identify as some sort of person of color, like whether they're mixed or whether they're fully one thing or other. So I think intersectionality is going to be very important to any sort of activism moving forward because people are going to view themselves as not one or the other, but made up of all of these things. And then not even counting the gender orientation, sexual orientation, the class difference as well, and how that informs their experience. So it's very crucial in the work that I do to recruit people in politics and in my organizing work. Yeah.
Well, I think that it's kind of, intersectionality has kind of taught me that young feminists, well, kind of showed me that young feminists tend to define feminism a little bit more narrowly. Like, and I kind of saw this play out a little bit in my club. One time we had a speaker come in and talk, and she was a Muslim woman who was coming and talking about her fashion designing business that she started. And her name was Nadia Rayan, and we got her through a board member who was a relative of hers, and she was supposed to come in and talk about her designs and her dresses, and they were very conservative in that they had high necklines and like long sleeves, but they didn't have anything like headscarves or anything, so she was supposed to come in and talk about the struggle she faced as being a woman and starting a business, and also as being as how her Muslim faith tied into her designs, and why she didn't really incorporate the headscarf into her designs. But when she actually came and talked, she didn't mention anything about her faith or the headscarf, and she only used words like conservative and modest, but she didn't bring her faith into it. So a lot of the girls were kind of confused after the meeting, and they came to me and they said, "Oh, that was a really great meeting, but how come she didn't talk about, how come she didn't talk about designs that were a little bit more, or a little less conservative? How come all of her dresses were so conservative and so covered up?" Because they didn't know the reason why. So I asked the board member who brought her in, how come she didn't talk about what we mentioned? And she said, "Oh, she didn't talk about it because she didn't think that bringing up her Muslim faith would really go well with, a feminist club, and that feminist people would kind of see her as maybe not truly a feminist if she's still conforming to some, system of covering up or like some Muslim system." So, so I kind of think, that's when I realized, like, here's a woman who's dealing with many layers of prejudice, like she's dealing with the sexism that comes with being a woman and starting a business. She's also dealing with, she's coming to a feminist place, and she feels the need to suppress her religious side. So I think that we need to kind of broaden our definition of feminism to and be more inclusive of all people, and that's what we try to do with our club. And that's why we even have things like the Love Your Body poster contest. I think that we should kind of make it more like love yourself, like love where you come from, your religion, your background, and everything. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So, actually, that's a really great, jumping off point into this sort of the discussion about feminism that we're seeing that's changed. you know, there's two perspectives to it. There's certainly the outside perspective of how people frame feminism from an external perspective, but there's also the perspective of us who work within the movement and who are seeing feminism in different ways, applying intersectionality to our activism and our feminism, and how we're defining that. So to you, what does it mean to be a feminist today? And you know, how do you incorporate that?
I would say, I think I'm going to try to get this right one of these times. I'm going to say, I think ultimately, you know, feminism is about equality and women being able to have the power and the decisions, make the decisions for themselves and not be dictated to by men what the rules are or how to play or where we can, you know, how far we can go. I think that's what it means to me. And so for me, in terms of the work, you know, again, I think it's really just about looking at the issues. Obviously, I work in a civil rights organization, which historically has been male-dominated, and it's a big part of the reason why in the 50s and 60s you had women who weren't allowed to sort of be out front because, you know, the men of the movement didn't want the women's issues to sort of overarch or, you know, somehow trump the civil rights issues or the issues for justice for blacks. And I think some of that still persists today. I think there, you know, it's gotten better. Obviously, I sit, you know, at the head of this organization, and I sit with lots of other women who are heading civil rights organizations. So there is that sort of broadening of seeing women at the top. But I still do think that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of addressing sort of this male perception that, you know, it's a man's game. And, you know, interestingly enough, I'll sit at some of these meetings and it's almost like unsaid, but they don't expect you to say anything. And I don't operate by those rules. So I say I'm going to make my voice heard. And I know a lot of the women who I work with do the same thing. And, you know, we'll have the conversation afterwards like, yeah, the guys, they wanted to be at the table and make it like a boys' table, and we're just there to look, you know, to show that there's diversity. But we have to ultimately make sure that there is that diversity, that our voices are being heard and that our issues are being lifted up, and it's not just a conversation about someone else's agenda. And as we think about intersectionality, realizing that my agenda can be their agenda, but my agenda is also my agenda, and I have to make sure that all of those things get lifted up.
I think very well said. I think ditto on a lot of parts of it, but I think that I think, you know, yes, I mean, for me, being a feminist is all about the equality part. It's about, you know, it's funny. It's definitely, I don't want to say lean in because I feel like that word has been so overused, but I think it's very much about, it's equality, it's justice, but it's also about not only getting there as a woman and being successful, but also in sort of building a community where you're helping other women to do the same. Because, you know, I'm sure we all know some woman in here would probably call herself a feminist, but the moment she has to help out another woman, under the bus. You know, and so, yeah, and I see that quite a lot in my line of work in politics. So I think also when it comes to me sitting at the table at the Democratic Party, you know, I'll say, you know, in this room, like we've all had our frustrations, sort of, definitely, with things that certain, you know, electeds have done, sometimes policies that, you know, the party felt were necessary. I was, you know, certainly a person who was frustrated with, you know, the ACA, and that I was very thrilled that it was passing and there were so many great things in there. But then, you know, we have the Stupak Amendment and I'm like throwing stuff at my computer, right? So that's very frustrating. But I have so many of my friends who ask me like why I do what I do. I'm like, because I don't want to be on the menu. I don't want other women to be on the menu if I'm not at the table. You know, the conversations are very different when the black woman is in the room, who can lend, you know, a lot of credibility to the stories of other African Americans and their experiences, to other women and their experiences. And it's interesting because even within sort of the party ranks of men and women, specifically men who think that they are great allies, but there's still a lot that they don't know, right? There's still a lot that they don't know. And I'll give you an example of a conversation I had recently with a colleague who said he was talking to another guy that I work with, and he was referring to another woman that we work with, and he referred to her as big titties. Pardon the phrase, right? Yeah, referred to her as that, right? And he said, oh no, big titties, right? And so I said, what did you say to him when he said that? And he was like, well, I didn't say anything. And I was like, why did you not say anything? Like, right? Like, he would never say that in front of me because he knew I'd rip his head off. But like, why, why did you not say anything? I said, and so he got very defensive and he got very upset, and so it came out that he felt bad about it because he realized he should have said something about it, but that he didn't, right? And I said, like, I can do the work, but like you guys are going to be very responsible for educating other men in a credible way about ending sexism, right? So he went back and had the conversation with him, and he was like, well, the first conversation I had with her, the guy got defensive, was we were having a conversation over bourbon, and she was talking about guys and their body parts or whatever. She still didn't call you, she doesn't call you big cock. Like, that's what I said. Tell him that. So I have a lot of guys who work for me. So I'm like president, and I've got like, chief of staff who's a guy who's like a straight Italian Catholic male from Pittsburgh. And, I have these conversations with him, and I have conversations with all the male colleagues that I work with, and I find that as my role, and I'm okay with that, but I'm like trying to educate them to educate each other, because I'm like, I cannot be doing the work for you. Like, you cannot call me every time you have a question about feminism, right? So that is the role that I see myself at and doing all the time. It's like, I need you to teach each other. Keep me out of this equation. That is how the movement will spread. Thank you very much.
I think that feminism is really, really needed or necessary at the high school level, because you would be surprised at how much, I call it low-key sexism. Is this mic working? Okay. Yeah. You'd be surprised at how much like low-key sexism exists in high school. And when I first started now, I actually wasn't even aware of how much sexism there was at the high school level, and I was doing it because I was kind of inspired by like like the pioneers of the feminist movement, like Betty Friedan, and I just wanted to kind of continue that. But I didn't realize how much work we had to do in our own kind of community. So when I first started the club, people were like, why are you starting this club? I mean, women are equal to men, maybe in other countries they're not, maybe in olden days they weren't, but now I think in present day, 2013, we're fine, If you want to be successful, even a couple weeks ago, my friend's mom was like, if you want to be successful as a female, you can be. So there's nothing holding you back, And I can see their point, but there was one specific instance that really showed me that we have a lot of work to do, and this was the 1 Billion Rising campaign that we had at our school. Basically, we're trying to bring awareness to the fact that 1 billion women in the world have been assaulted, and just kind of bring, because I don't think high schoolers really understand that, and we were trying to kind of educate them about that. So what we did was we did a poster campaign, and we took pictures of just different people from our school holding signs that said things like, I refuse to be a statistic, or, like we should all respect women and do not abuse women, things like that. And when we first approached people asking them to hold up the signs, a lot of girls said yes, they'll do it, and a lot of guys said yes, they do it too, but then their friends would come in the background and like do funny things or whatever, and that seemed completely normal. But the most amount of like resistance, I guess, to this that I saw was after we finished putting up the posters around the school, and this was surprisingly both from guys and girls. When we put up posters around school, sometimes we heard girls walking by saying like, why would they bring this up? Like, why talk about this? It's just so weird to bring here. Like, some people would say like, oh, I doubt that's even true. That's completely impossible. Like, why? Like, that's obviously like a fake statistic, And guys were also really like resistant towards it. Like, one guy actually agreed to be on the poster. He said he would be on it. We took the picture and we printed it out and we were ready to put it up on the wall. And then somebody comes up to me and they said, did you see his tweet? And I was like, wait, what do you mean? And I didn't have a Twitter, so I had my friend go on Twitter, and she saw his tweet, and basically he wrote like, oh, I'm so confused. Some women's rights activists came up to me and asked me to take some picture for them and like pledged to never hit a woman, hashtag okay, or hashtag like weird or something. And after seeing that, I was like, you know, he doesn't really buy into it. And yes, we wanted to show, the reason we had him was we wanted to show that guys support it too, but after seeing that, I was like, well, he obviously doesn't, so we just tore down his poster. So, you know, and that's when I really kind of understood at a deeper level why we're having this club at this level. Because I think sexism starts kind of here at the high school level. And that's when I realized that we had a lot of work to do. You know, we have to create awareness, and we have to also deal with like the resistance that people have to people who are aware of it but don't want to change it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that. You know, I think something you all touched upon is the fact that education is really a huge part of the work that we're doing in our, you know, respective organizations, and that there's a long way for us to go still in many regards, especially in having leadership. You know, you're all leaders here, but I'm sort of hearing a very similar theme, that you're just one of very, very few women at the table, or, you know, you're one of few women that aren't really taken seriously in your environment. So how do we encourage more young feminists to become leaders? How do we build that pipeline? How do we talk to young women and those young men as well who are allies who want to help us spread that message? What should we do to encourage them, and what are you doing in your respective organizations as well to do that?
So, interesting, because I was having a flashback to high school. Unpleasant, as it is. But I remembered, and I was thinking about it because I was at the makers, folks who've done all the documentaries on sort of the history of the women's movement, and I attended a bit of their conference and met the little girl who was playing football, Little League, and she was the only girl on her team, and her father brought her. And what really moved me was not the fact that she was knocking down all these boys, and all the parents were frustrated because you're getting beaten by a girl, is what they were all like yelling at their kids. And you know, he was saying, you know, the father was just saying very eloquently, and I think the mother had died, so he was raising her, and he said, you know, we really, really underestimate the ability of girls, and that's a damaging thing. You know, she said she wanted to do this, and why not, right? And so I thought about it in regards to when I was in high school, and we would play sports in gym, and the gym teacher was a guy who would always end up separating the guys and the girls, because the guys would play, but they would only toss the ball to each other. They would just like never toss it to us, right? So he would just separate us, so we would just play amongst, you know, our respective genders. So finally at one point, I think he just got mad and was like, boys, throw the frickin' football to a girl already. Like, and one of them saw me, I guess, because they got yelled at enough and they were tired of it. They finally like tossed it at me, and luckily I was like one of the few girls that could catch. So I was like all the pressure of my gender on me, and I was just like so thrilled.
You caught that football, Atima.
Yeah, I was like, hold the ball, got the ball. And so, you know, I mean, I think it's that partly. I think it's teachers just saying, you know, look, like I'm going to start calling on all the girls in the class. I'm going to encourage them to speak up. I'm going to encourage them to, like, get involved in sports regardless of their gender. I'm going to, you know, encourage them to run for student council. I'm going to step out of my sort of, like, whatever. I almost feel like it is part of your role as, like, a student principal, a teacher, or whatever, because it really does start not only just in high school, but certainly in the home. There's a study that Women in Politics Institute came out with that said that the girls who are more, you have to ask women 7 times, obviously, what you think about running for office, but that women who are more inclined to think about it are women who've done some sort of competitive thing, whether it's run for student council or playing competitive sports, because they're okay with competition. They're saying, you know, it's not an unfeminine thing to be competitive. And that's sort of ingrained in them early, and so they don't have any sort of qualms about running for office later. That's not part of the equation for them. So I think it's very much encouraging women in all aspects of their life to step up and compete, and to be a part of the process. I was the annoying girl who always raised my hand in class, like all the time. And a couple times the boys would whine, and my teacher was like, "Shut up!" Like, you know, she was this great, like, actually South Asian, like, woman who was like, "Shut up, guys!" Like, whatever. She's asking a question. And I think one teacher, she said, you know, when somebody said, Timo always talks too much, she's like, well, she has a B+ and you have a what? Sorry. You know, so I think it's always good when those older folks who set those examples for young people.
I think ultimately seeing other young women, obviously seeing older women who have been in the movement for a while helps. But I think it's really when they see younger women who are in the movement, who are doing it. For us, a lot of our youth are women. You know, I'm not surprised by it at all. I mean, I'm sure that someone is, but I'm not. You know, I think we're born leaders, and you know, whatever. You know, I think when we have our young people go out and speak, one of the things that I hear a lot from young women is that they want to do something, they want to be active, they want to make change, but they either don't know how to do it or they don't feel like they can. And it's not necessarily because someone's telling them that they can't. They just, I don't know. It's a variety of reasons. But when they see another young woman sort of out front and leading and making change, it becomes an inspiration for them to say, oh, she's doing it, she's my age or in my age group, I can do it too. And so I think it's important for us to lift up other young feminists and say, here's a shining example of someone who's doing it, and you can do it too.
Thank you. Well, I think that in the younger ages, like elementary school through, well, I've observed elementary school through middle school, girls are right up there with guys, you know, competing for the same position in all these like leadership things. But I think maybe after that, in like high school-ish is kind of, or like maybe later middle school, like 8th grade onwards, girls, for some reason, kind of get a little intimidated, I think, or tend to shy away from the top position. I have a friend who she ran for president and against another girl of my school, and it was her and another girl running, and she won, and she did a great job throughout the whole year. Everybody loved her, and the next year, she's like, oh yeah, vote for me for vice president. I was like, oh, why aren't you running for president anymore? And she never really told me a reason why, but it happened to be that like that year, the year afterwards, there was like 2 really like alpha male, you know, football type guys running, and I think that might have had kind of a role in it. So I think our club, what we try to do in the Now Club at our school is just kind of create kind of or promote leadership at a smaller level. Like I have 10 board members and I'm the president, and last year I was running every single meeting and they were just sitting and watching, and I was like, they're not really doing anything. Like they should present, they should not just plan the meetings, but they should actually talk. And now what they do is we switch off, so every kind of meeting they step up and they talk about issues they want to, you know, they'll say, I liked this issue, I think this is important for us to bring up, and they'll bring it up. And even as a in the OC now, you know, at the Now conferences, the Orange County conference, I'm the team coordinator, so I'll talk to a lot of young girls there, and they all seem really interested in starting clubs at their school, and I kind of help them with the basic like initial phases of starting a club, because I think from there, then you kind of grow to be a leader a little bit. But in the beginning, like you can easily just, something wrong happens, like, oh, you have your first meeting and no one shows up, or you don't know what to do, you know, you kind of tend to like back down or get a little insecure, or, you know. And I think it's really important that we do this more at a national level, because I think that Now is really good about you know, promoting empowerment, and I think empowerment also leads to leadership, because empowerment leads to confidence, right? And then from there you can be a leader. So I think if you have more, you know, Now high school clubs throughout America, you know, like all across the nation, I think like that will really help create leadership amongst young girls at a more national level.
So changing tactic a little bit, but you know, talking still about leadership. We've seen an advent of women's voices online, especially on Twitter. Black women are one of the fastest growing users of Twitter and voices on Twitter, and so we're seeing a lot of feminist activism in that online space. When Michelle Obama retweeted the Bring Back Our Girls tweet, or when she tweeted the Bring Back Our Girls hashtag, and that was probably one of the most retweeted tweets of all time. So we are seeing change happen online. How are we going to harness that to work both in that online space and that offline space so we can achieve our feminist goals? And are there programs that you're working on that encompass both of those areas? You want to start?
Okay, so I recently, we have a Now group basically, and recently this girl posted an article that basically talked about how women earn only 77 cents for every dollar a man earns. So, and a guy commented on that saying, yeah, but that's because you guys choose to do things like makeup artists and, like hairstylists, while we want to be like lawyers and doctors. So naturally, like the things that we aspire for earn more money. And it was so incredibly sexist, but it wasn't unexpected for me because this is something I hear constantly. So I wasn't like completely blown away. I was expecting something like that. But I think that social media really allows it like an issue to be brought into the mainstream, because a guy like that would probably not have even like he wouldn't have even heard about that before, like he wouldn't have even known that before, and at least now he heard about it. And I had a chance to quickly search up like statistics on this, and then I found this Washington Post article that basically talked about that basically said that even women when they're in their same job with men, in a law firm, for example, two lawyers, the guy not only earns more money, but also has more of a chance of becoming a partner than the female lawyer will. And so I linked to that, and that got a lot of likes. I was happy about that. So yeah, and I think it just basically brings this issue into the mainstream, and it actually, people, when they see something really interesting or controversial or whatever on social media, they will actually talk about that outside too. Because at a track meet then later on that week, this group of guys comes up to me, and then they start bringing it up, talking about it with me, and at the end of the day, maybe they might go away thinking, not agreeing with what I have to say, but I think that social media is good because at least, Did you say something?
I'm just like, I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, at least they're having the conversation.
Yeah, at least the conversation is happening. And this is not just to bring the issue to guys, but to even girls who don't agree with it or don't, sometimes girls will even say like, oh, but like, yeah, makeup artists, you guys, a big argument that a lot of people have is, oh, but women take off more time for like babies or whatever, and that's why they earn less. They'll just come up with different excuses, and I think that it's really important. Social media is a really big factor, or a really big thing in bringing all of these issues together into the mainstream, so we can discuss it all, like as a group. So,
absolutely.
Is it true? Thank you.
Who wants to follow that, right? I'm going to keep letting her go last from now on. I think with social media, one of the great things, and we started having this conversation in the speaker room, is that it sort of serves as an alarm. So in ways that we couldn't get messages across or let people know about certain things that were happening and how they were happening, what we could do, we're now able to communicate in a matter of seconds. Like, you can tweet out something, or you can put something on Instagram or something on Facebook, and immediately anyone looking at your profile will see those things, and you can have the conversation, but you can also drive people to action. Here's what's next. Here's how you respond. Here's what you do. It's something that we use a lot. Whenever there's an issue, one of the first things we'll do is talk about, let's do a Twitter town hall or a Twitter rally, or something to sort of elevate the issue and get people talking about it, because social media is so widely used. And even though there's a lot of, there's a lot out there, that's not necessarily important, I think a lot of times if you can get people to start talking about something and weighing in, it sort of creates and elevates that buzz.
So definitely leading an organization that's youth-focused is, I mean, social media is a very big part of everything that we do. So, you know, I guess a couple of examples, you know, was when we were congratulating Allison Lundergan Grimes on her, you know, being a candidate and running against Mitch McConnell, and that engaged, like, you know, over close to 1,000 people on our Facebook page, like, just, and tweeting at us and whatnot, because just the idea of this young woman, and she's rather young, she's in her early 30s, running against Mitch McConnell, and she's got a very good shot of taking him out. You know, she's been endorsed by Emily's List, and who could defeat this guy, you know, is huge, because he's sort of, you know, this devil out there who's not great on any of the issues that we care about. And so that we try to find ways to engage people that way. A lot of times I'll use certainly my role and having a very active Twitter presence separately just from the YDA account to just talk about issues, knowing the role that I have. Like, my predecessor was you know, very involved in sort of the agricultural community, and came out toward the end of his term as gay, and so is used to be sort of an advocate on, you know, evangelical Christianity and being, you know, gay and what that means. In my capacity, it's about being an African American, a woman, and learning what that means, sort of being involved in politics. So the last couple of things that I had been very involved in Twitter campaigns was certainly Bring Back Our Girls. And, you know, as somebody who has two parents who are from Africa, and understanding, like, my family is not too far where they are in Uganda from where the Lord's Resistance Army was, so lots of kidnappings nearby in villages. And so that was a very personal sort of thing to me for being involved. And so, you know, I had somebody who actually sort of questioned the use of that activism. And I said, you know, I don't know, and I think it was just recently read that, you know, the Nigerian government's kind of given up looking for these girls. And, you know, I said, you know what, like, the fact that we got it to the point that the US government paid attention to it, that a lot of westernized countries paid attention to it, when it just would have been another kidnapping on another day, and that it started from these families who were very outraged about it, is a big thing. Did it end up in the result of them coming home? No, and that still yet remains to be seen. But the fact that people knew about it and that it's a problem and that it's sort of a threat. You know, I honestly think that anytime any nation is trying to oppress women, it is just a threat to national security. Like, you're threatening half of the population, you're not educating half of the population. When women are allowed to be educated and to thrive, societies just do better. Like, Afghanistan was a very thriving society before the Taliban took over. So that was one. Another one was the Yes All Women. I actually got kind of in trouble for that, because I tweeted out a graphic of the number of women who have died from domestic violence was higher than those who died in 9/11 and the last Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And it was a graphic that I found. I tweeted that out. 3,000 retweets on that. Wow. And the number of trolls that came out of nowhere, like, on this particular issue, saying, like, you're skewing statistics. Like, you know, what are the numbers for men who, you know, have been assaulted? And why are you trying to insult veterans? Where the heck is this? Am I insulting veterans? You know? And sort of, and I mean, it was, you know, fun for me, because I'm like, block. But I just kept repeating, like, a stat. You know, I was just like, you know, 1 in 4, you know, women are assaulted, and, you know, 1 in, I can't even remember now the stat that I used for men, oh my goodness, you know, are assaulted. And the point is not to say that what's happening to, what happened on 9/11 was not horrible, that what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan is not horrible. The graphic is supposed to educate you to the fact that there is no outrage and no mobilization around the fact that these women have been, you know, murdered by their partners, but there is a ton of outrage about the other 3 things in this graphic. Like, that's what I'm trying to wake you up about. And clearly you're responding to it, so you're awake about it. So there was that. And then there was the Restore the Block, which I only bring up because when you're a woman who's active online, there's obviously, you're going to get stalked, you're going to get harassed, you're going to get called names. You know, I've been called all sorts of names. It's sort of like when you grow up as a kid in, like, a town that's, you know, very conservative, very white, and very, like, I I guess, American compared to your family. Like, no, calling you names just doesn't, it's off my back at this point, right, on Twitter. But, you know, they try to take away the block, Twitter's Twitter's corporate board, and they were like all white men. I think they had just gotten a woman on the board. And Zolina Maxwell did a whole campaign around Restore the Block, and why it was #RestoreTheBlock, like, because I don't deserve to be stalked and harassed because of the things I say online. Like, women were just citing their different experiences, like what people had said, and screenshotting what, like, these abusive things that, you know, being stalked. And so overnight, Twitter, of course, saw it, the Twitter executives, and they restored the block. So these are things that are very effective from social campaigning. And so you can either use it to make people aware, or you can use it to have, like, complement it with an action going on the ground. Like, we'll probably be doing stuff around the election, like, you know, #importance of voting or whatever it is for young people, and at the same time doing voter registration work and turnout work on the ground.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, for me personally, one of the things that I really loved about online feminism is how approachable it was for me, for someone who lived in a small conservative community halfway across the world and was really sort of exploring feminism and trying to figure out, you know, different theories, different ideas around what it meant, and the fact that I could read all of this wonderful theory and hear from all these wonderful activists who were both doing work online and in their communities, and that was transcending borders and boundaries. I mean, it's a way to sort of ignite a conversation and really hear things from different perspectives, and I think that brings a richness to our conversation and our activism that can sometimes be missing when you're sort of insular and coming from the same communities and having the same perspectives. So certainly for me, it was instrumental in shaping me as a feminist today. So I'm a big fan of Twitter.
I think where it's like the conference just is a couple of days after the anniversary of Wendy Davis. Like, I mean, I think we would have all known in some capacity if we watched the news that this was happening.
Right.
But I mean, because it got so much, I mean, it was going on Twitter for 12 hours, right, just about from the start till almost the news picked it up at night. And then finally, like, Barack Obama tweeted, you know, there's something special happening in Austin, and it was like 8 o'clock that night or something. It had been going on since the morning. So, you know, I mean, it was amazing to kind of watch this thing that was just sort of isolated and happening just in Texas, then spread on Twitter, then spread to Facebook. And I have friends in, like, Alaska or mom and young downs in Minnesota being like, why am I turning on the TV to watch the Texas House proceedings? I have no idea, but something's great happening. And getting people really mobilized around that and the energy around that, I think was amazing. And it's allowed people, Twitter has allowed and Facebook has allowed, but definitely Twitter has allowed people who otherwise wouldn't have a voice in this movement to be very prominent in what they say.
And I think also it sort of opens up that if you're a curious person and you see, oh my God, this is happening in Texas, what else is going on out there? It sort of creates that educational moment of learning about sort of the challenges that exist, not just in this one place, but even within your own state that you may not have known about.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Okay, so we are actually just coming up on time, and we had actually talked about doing a Q&A with our audience. So if anyone has any questions,
that was
wonderful.
Too fast.
I know. We've had a wonderful conversation, but we're happy to take any questions if anyone has any. Oh, if you actually want to come up to the mics, do we have any mics up here? Feel free to come right up, and I'll just point you out and call on you. You get to be in charge. It's always fun. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you very much. What are you doing as young feminists to help out your local candidates? Not just the, of course, state and governorship, but the real local ground roots candidates, city commission, charter review board. Are you coming up with anything that can get that process a little bit better on social media?
Yeah, so for me, so for me, I have started this organization. I have time to do when I'm no longer president, which is Women Lead Virginia, and it's just to encourage younger women to think about public service and to think about getting involved in their communities, because that usually leads to women running for city council, county board, get on county commissions, et cetera. In regards to elections, I am too involved in my local elections because I really do believe the political is personal. And I very much do believe that, especially at the local level. So I live in Arlington. Some of you may know, if you know Virginia at all, that was the congressional district of Jim Moran, who just retired this year. So he had a knock him out, drag him out race to replace the Democratic nominee for that area. And we've had county board and school board elections. What's very frustrating is in a very progressive, overly educated community, as Arlington is right outside of DC, it was still very much of a white guy show for replacing Jim as the Democratic nominee. And that's very frustrating. So, trying to very much go down to the local level and work with younger women candidates who are thinking of running and getting them trained and getting them ready to run is sort of what I've been focusing on a little bit. Hope to do more full-time when I'm done. So.
For us, we don't deal in elections specifically, but personally, I've just been helping people fundraise, encouraging people to run. I think that's a big part of the work, is not just dealing with whatever election is right in front of you, but sort of pipelining, lots of young women who can come in and start thinking about the process. And even some of our youth, they have plans to run 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So at least getting it in their mind that they can do it and sort of navigating the ways to go about doing it.
I forgot also to add that Young Dems were doing a candidate training this summer and a campaign training for our younger candidates who are thinking of running or either just working campaigns to get them thinking about the process. So it's very much a part of what we do as an organization.
Well, I think I'm a little young to have but
never too young.
But I mean, we do kind of get our members exposed to that whole like political side a little bit. Like recently, I think it was last year, we had our former mayor of Irvine, Beth Crom, come and talk about her experiences. So we just have kind of mentors, women who are in like leadership positions or political positions, come and talk at our club so that they can kind of inspire the girls there and set the fire underneath them. So yeah.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. It looks like we have another question.
So first of all, thank you all for traveling to come here. I really appreciate that. It's been energizing for me to listen to you guys. I wanted to ask about microaggressions. And so, Isha, you used the term low-key sexism, and I would actually argue that there is no low-key sexism because it actually has health effects and economic effects and all kinds of, and it's microaggressions, basically. So I want to ask you, in your work or in your just social lives or home lives or whatever, like what kind of microaggressions are you seeing specifically women to women? Like how are women still holding other women down?
It's like complicated.
We have an hour.
From my personal perspective, as I've mentioned before, I'm from a fairly conservative community back home in Hong Kong, and there's still a lot of very gendered roles that men and women in our communities play. And I've sort of gotten backhanded compliments about the work that I do for now. Oh, that's so wonderful that you're doing that. You're not planning on having a family, so of course this is great for you to do this. And I mean, yeah, I'll get comments like that, and I think, there's still a long way to go, but I think part of what is really important to me is that I have these conversations with everyone in our communities, the women, the men, and sort of talk to them coming from a perspective of where I understand that they're coming from and then working with them. I think when you're facing microaggressions from other women or even from people in your own communities, no matter their gender, meet them where they're at and go work from there, because if you can start that initial conversation and then you can work them over, because the fact is at the end of the day, equality makes sense. Social justice makes sense, and if you have enough of if you have enough of similar conversations over time, you can move people's minds. And I think that's really one of the ways I've approached it. And I've had some success, not so much, but at the end of the day, my parents are proud of me. And 10 years ago, that probably wouldn't have been the case. They would have expected me to be married and having kids by now. And while I'm certainly married, I don't have the kids yet, and they're okay with that. And 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible with my family. And so I think you start where you are, and you work within your own communities, and you see that spread and you see that grow. And I think you'll all probably have similar experiences where that's how you make change, one step at a time.
Actually really agree with the whole, like, sometimes women can hold other women back thing. So at my school, one time we had basically this election thing where it was like athletic commissioners, and they basically just like kind of run all of the sports. And we have two, one for boys and one for girls. So like girls athletic commissioner and boys athletic commissioner. And it's a public election, or like a school-wide election. So like people, the average person who goes to my school can vote on who they want. And there is no, like, even though there's a boys athletic commissioner, there is no thing like only boys can run for boys athletic commissioner, only girls can run for girls athletic commissioner. But it's kind of implied, I guess. But this one guy, and there was no girls running for boys athletic commissioner, but there was one guy running for a girls athletic commissioner, and there was one girl running for girls athletic commissioner. And everyone kind of thought it was a joke that he was running because he's a guy. But the guy actually ended up winning. And later on, after the election, we were all talking about it, and then people were like, well, I didn't really vote for, the girl's name was Caitlin, but like, I didn't vote for Caitlin because I thought that she was just kind of like bossy, And
the other B word.
Yeah, so, and then I was like, in my head, I was thinking, well, actually, I was like, really? I didn't get that vibe from her. But in my head, I was thinking, wait, but he's also, like, isn't he also bossy? Like, isn't Bossy just confident? I mean, like, she was just saying like what she was going to do, and I didn't get that vibe from her at all. She seemed really self-confident, and I think that put a lot of girls off, which is really surprising, actually really shocking. So I think like in our club, what we try to do is really bring up like prominent female figures. This is what we do sometimes when we have guest speakers come in, like Nadia Rayon and Beth Crom, who are bossy, I guess, but who are successful and doing what they're doing well. So girls can kind of learn that it's okay to be like that, and that they don't have to bring other girls who are like that down. So, yeah.
One more question. We'll take your last question before we finish up.
The three of you are just amazing. We're over there Googling you, and holy crap, you're just awesome. From Utah, thank you. Can the three of you identify a particular feminist like role model or experience that was sort of the genesis of your feminist consciousness? Because we want to try to replicate that shit. Like
Wow, thank you. First, I want to definitely, before we close, say thank you to Terry for inviting me. I'm so excited to be here. I've loved working with her and alongside now, and so to be here is a dream. For me, it's Angela Davis. Yeah. I can't even think of the moment that it sort of happened, but just learning about her and just, I don't know, like, it's so funny because I even have an uncle who calls me Angela. He calls me Angela because he's like, that's you, that's your personality. But I absolutely just love everything about her strength, her resilience, her commitment. I mean, I could go on and on, but for me, she is my role model.
This is going to be kind of funny, but I got three, sort of. I was just thinking. But yeah, I got kind of three, and it's sort of like when I was a kid, like, definitely dating me as a young feminist, but loved Madonna, like absolutely loved her. And the reason I loved her was because she was this woman who very much had her own career, was responsible for her constant reinventions over the decades when people were saying, you know what, you cannot do that. you cannot take off your clothes like this, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And she very much started that very much of a pro-sex feminism, in the sense of women are very much in control of their own destiny and their own bodies, and very much put that out there for a lot of young women to see. And just her brassiness and her being comfortable with dating whoever she wanted to date of any sort of race. It was just sort of something you didn't see compared to all of the other women who sort of conformed. I love Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton. I saw as a kid watching her getting attacked for having an opinion as a first lady, to me, spoke a lot of volumes, and just how she handled that, and how she's continued to survive through her husband's affairs, and just, through her own political battles, and how she's constantly coming back. Like, you knock her down, she really does get back up, right? And that's a great role model for women. And finally, and I was just listening, I think it was her testimony I was hearing, because it's the anniversary of Freedom Summer, Fannie Lou Hamer. Like, she's just, we talk about police brutality today, but when they're talking about all of her, she's giving the story about how they're all being brought into the different jails, and she's watching how her different colleagues and friends who she's been marching with and protesting with and registering people to vote with are literally going into a gauntlet of being beaten and coming out with their faces bleeding and eyes pulled out and everything. And she's talking about how she went in and experienced that and spoke truth to power. I wouldn't even be here as President of Young Democrats of America if she didn't get up there at the National Democratic Convention in 1964 and say, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I wouldn't even be here as an African American woman. And she I just hope that I can be as awesome and powerful as her. And most people don't know she was one of the original women who got in a room and said National Organization for Women should be here. So she's such a great role model.
I think my role model would probably be Malala, because she's incredibly wise beyond her years, and also because she is a feminist completely, but she's also not. She is who she is, She's not hiding her ethnicity or her religion, and she still wears a headscarf, but she's basically saying, yeah, I wear the headscarf, so what? I'm still a feminist. And I really admire her bravery also, she got shot in the head, but she did not let that, she did not let what happened to her control her, and she still continued to keep voicing her message. So, yeah, very inspirational.
Well, that's all we have time for today, but thank you so much for all of you for joining us, and thank you to Janae and Atima and Isha. It's been a wonderful panel.